Guys, hey, to order at 9:35 a.m., April 21st, 2026. I call the meeting to order at 9:36. Could I have Miss Catherine Jacket, Councilwoman, to say the invocation for this day, please? Mr. Jacket, can you hear us? Treasure Jacket? Okay, great, great, thank you. Oh, the speakers are way over there too. We have a quorum established. We have two tribal council members that are on detail at the COLT meeting that is currently taking place in Mescalero, New Mexico. And upon their return will be sometimes Thursday, Friday. Again, we have established our quorum. With that, there is an agenda before you. Could you please review the agenda for today's council meeting? I just want to make one note in my opening remarks is that, and through the discussions of yesterday, with staff and with members of council that could attend the meeting, it was indicated that the executive session would be put on hold until other members of council can participate on the matters that are of importance. They would include the range management that is being proposed. We have enrollments that need to be discussed. So those types of executive session issues, if it's still a consensus of the tribal council to put the executive session on to the next council meeting, which will be on May 12th. That's the only comment I have today for this approval agenda. Members of council, before us we have the agenda. Is there any addition, deletions that you would like to add or delete? Treasurer?
Yes, Chairman, I guess we support council decision to hold on the board committees and appointments until next council meeting, so all council, we're all there to make our suggestions and for the appointments, but if there's more comments or questions or additions or deletions to the agenda, I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda.
Thank you, Treasurer Jacket. There's a motion on the floor to approve the agenda that is coming before the tribal council this day. Councilwoman Jacket. I have a second motion by Treasurer Jacket, second by Councilwoman Jacket. Any discussions? If I may say, we have no other adds or deletion, no discussion. I go to the vote. All those in favor with today's agenda signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. We have an agenda for today's council meeting, April 21st, 2026. Tribal council members, we have the approval of the council minutes for March 31st, 2026. If you could review that and give me a motion, I would accept that. In the meantime, I'll read to the membership and others who are watching live stream to this council meeting. Thank you, tribal council members, those employees and others who have tuned in to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council meeting on Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. We called the meeting to order at 9:35 a.m. Invocation by Councilwoman Catherine Jacket. We have established a quorum of 5 council members. That's including the chairman. We've approved the agenda for today. Just to take note that there are some issues that need to be discussed in executive session that the tribal council would like to hold off the executive session. So I'm going to read what we have today, beginning with the new business. New business number 3 is housing, Kawami Spearman. Subtitle A, Workforce Housing, Community Space, and Manal Elementary School. It's an action item. Number 4, we have the Tribal Energy, David Ballou, Director. He's got 2 items that he would like to discuss, and they're action items. And subtitle A is the approval of assignment of leases 1420-0604-78 from XTO Energy to XTOCT TXOK New Mexico LLC. That is an action item. B, subtitle B is the approval of 3 right-of-way renewals for Enterprise Field Service LLC. Number 1 is the Hill Corp Ute Indian A number 33, action item. Number 2, Hill Corp Ute Mountain Gascom M. Number 2 is a well tie, action item. Number 3 is the Hill Corp Mountain Ute Gascom number 2 is an action item. Number 5 is the Natural Resources, Mr. David Stoner, Director. Subtitle A, Resolution on Restricting on Grazing for the 2026-2027 season. B, correction on that subtitle should, instead of C, should be B. The Mancos Canyon Grazing Prohibition. Number 6 is ASAC, Albuquerque Area Office. Subtitle A, Law Enforcement Introduction and Discussion that will take place. Number 7 is the BIA update. Number 8 is the Tribal Council report. That is what we're going to be working on today as an agenda item. So, Tribal Council, before us we have the approval of the council minutes for March 31st, 2026.
Chairman,
Yes.
I make a motion to approve the council minutes for March 31st, 2026 with no additions or deletions on it or corrections.
I have a motion, Secretary House, for the approval of the March 31st, 2026. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have, okay, thank you, Treasurer. I have a second, and Vice Chairman Cantcy. I have a second of Miss Vice Chairman seconding the motion. I go to the vote. All those in favor of the minutes of March 31st, 2026, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, council members. Majority approved the minutes, so it is 5-4-0. Thank you. Before us, new business, number 3, is it Mr. Spearman? Is that correct?
You said it perfectly, yes.
Okay, I have Mr. Spearman who is going to present. Could you please state your name and the topic of your discussion with the tribal council?
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Bobby Sterling, and I'm here to ask for your support and talk to you about.
Okay, thank you. And could you continue on with your presentation?
Sure. I have a PowerPoint presentation that will be helpful. 2 questions for you. One, can you all see me? And I think secondly, if so, is there a way that it says the host is disabled screen sharing? Yep, perfect. Amazing. Okay. I am assuming everyone can see my screen. Let me pull up the presentation. Can you all see that?
We can.
Wonderful. Okay. Well, let me first start off by thanking you all for having me today. I mentioned before, I got 2 agenda items that I want to discuss with you. The first is a letter. The first is broad presentation over workforce housing for employees. And the second is going to be a letter, request for letter of support from you. So very quickly, my name is Bobby Sperman. I'm speaking to you all from Denver, Colorado, which is where I'm raised. Proud, Colorado, native and a graduate of Denver Public Schools. I always tell people my mom with Denver Public Schools 33 years. So my work is really inspired by the upbringing. What I do is I help public sector and other municipality-based organizations create housing for their staff. And a housing they can offer at subsidized rates, and essentially in many opportunities for them to actually own the housing that they then rent to their employees. So I do that across the state. I'm actually in Cortez quite a lot. Cortez is my favorite airports to fly into. I don't know if you all have taken the Denver Air Connection flight. It is a ride. Needless to say, it's an important being able to meet you all. The conversation that we're going to have today requires definitions and distinctions. The first is to talk about affordable housing. For the purpose of this conversation, affordable housing is really for individuals who are housing insecure, job insecure, and relying on subsidies for both development. That's not what I do. There are many federal and state dollars out there for developers and organizations who pursue affordable housing. We definitely, at least in my opinion, need it, but that's not what I do. What I do is workforce housing. In workforce housing, the way that I think about it is individuals with full-time employment, often in public sector, who still cannot afford to live. So, for example, if you all employees paying too much in struggling with housing, yet they're full-time employees for you, that's workforce housing. So today we're going to focus on workforce. Colorado statewide has a huge workforce crisis. We're short over 100 units right now. What's crazy about this is it's not just in the area, the entire state has a huge workforce housing problem. We lack the supply of duplexes, townhomes, and small single-family units. What we really have is a starter home is that first home that you're able to purchase. The price for those homes has gone up incrementally. As you can see, in 2025, we're looking at $622,000 versus $285,000. The reason why workforce housing is so tricky is because how we think about AMI. AMI is annual median, annual market income. And what that basically describes is for your community and for your county, what is an average amount of money to make, right? And so if you're at 100% AMI, you are literally at the middle sort of what they're expecting. If you are 80% AMI, you're less. If you're at 20% AMI, you're at more. The reason why workforce housing is so tricky is the way that we think about these AMI numbers, trying to understand who is struggling and who is not, is our AMI numbers really high. So if you look for a family of 3 to be at 100% AMI, which again means that they are middle of the path, they should be able to afford a home, they should be able to live and thrive. We expect them to be making $95,000. We know a few things. One, if a family of 3 is only making $95,000 a year, they are not thriving. They are struggling. And they do not have disposable or discretionary income to buy a house unless they've got outside support for what's happening. And so what we found is that our middle owners both make too much to qualify, but also are not saving enough money to really benefit. That's why we have such a huge workforce housing. The way that we've solved this historically is municipalities, governments, other public agencies would create incentives to spur workforce housing development. What they do is they offer developers tax breaks, fee waivers, land donations, etc. They say, hey, Mr. or Miss Developer, because we're not going to charge you taxes on this development, can you make it for more workforce housing? That's traditionally what we've seen. The catch, though, is that developers still likely need subsidies to achieve workforce housing. Those subsidies often go fair housing laws. And those fair housing laws rely on these types of AMIs. So very few workforce housing projects have been successfully implemented in the state and have true impact from where you say your workers can take advantage. The presentation here is there's a new task. And what we're seeing, and this is where I really want to get your thoughts on, is that organizations like yours are beginning to solve their workforce housing problems by owning units. So you now own homes, and you can rent and ultimately sell those homes at a discount to your employees. Now, you still need to partner with developers to build or go into the market to acquire units, but you now own those units, and you're able to offer them a subsidized rental paths for ownership for your employees. So we go from this scenario of you give a developer incentives and hope that they then create workforce housing to now you outright. What we traditionally hear about this is, okay, a public entity or a private entity owning housing is not a good idea. And there are 4 reasons why we hear that. Employees even want housing from their employer. We shouldn't be in the housing business. We don't have funding for housing, and we do not have the internal resources and staff to do this. That's what we traditionally do. Well, I'm here to talk about those 4 things relatively quickly. So, as I noted before, I do a lot of work with school districts across the state. And last year, we surveyed school district employees, and we did a wide range of school districts. The Montezuma Cortez School District was involved in our study, and what we found was quite frankly shocking. 60% of respondents were interested in educator housing. About 80+% of renters are interested in housing, and those same renters are spending over 40% of their income on housing. The last 2 things we found were the most surprising. Housing stress disproportionately is reducing retention and job performance, and because the demographics of people who are interested in housing are younger, newer members and single parents, the problem is likely to get worse for it. The reason why people are interested in workforce housing is you can offer subsidized rates to your staff. And here's a really good example. So if you live in a world where the monthly rent, I think where you see a market rate for, say, a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment is $17,500. If you're able to offer that at $1,100, you're saving your employee about $650. Annually, that saves your employee about $8,000 a year. So an employee that's making $55,000 a year, that sees about an 8% increase in cash that they're able to keep just because they're paying the last time rent. That's almost a 15% compensation. That's why people get really excited about workforce housing, because it's an opportunity to compensate your employees better, even if you're not increasing their actual salary. The other thing that we hear is that people should not be in the housing business. And the real question we ask is, should you not be in the housing business, or should you not be in the property management business? Property management is tough, and you've got to deal with renters. You've got to enforce the laws of the state. You've got to manage. You've got to, when things break, you've got to fix them. But what we found is that most of these government entities or school districts or whomever that are purchasing homes, they actually are able to work with a third-party organization that does short-term rentals. So what we've seen with short-term rental market, that has created a lot of property managers. And so now there's a robust market of individual companies that can serve as your property manager. And that allows you to outsource and offload all property management. We see expected cost around 10% of subsidized rental rates. So you can afford the rental amount that you're getting from your staff. You set the guidelines, the rental rates and policies, and the property management organization implements it. And so you feel way more like an asset than you do a property manager. It's kind of like the equivalent of owning a hotel and having an operator come in and run the hotel. You just own the building. And that's kind of what we're seeing school districts start to do with housing. Next is this notion of cheaper cash, right? So municipalities and organizations like yours, you can acquire more housing, or you can acquire housing more efficiently because you can build on land that you already own, and subsequently you don't have to pay land fees or property acquisition fees. You can conduct land swaps and sales on that land as well to create cash. You can get access to impact investments and grants. Right? So impact investments are like loans, but they're way more advantageous. There's no loan origination fees, and they really only have a 1 to 3%. And lastly, you can do things like leverage bond to create the capital to buy. Lastly, is if you have demand, housing can be financially advantageous to your organization. So a lot of times organizations are like, hey, let's just do this because it's going to help our employees. That's true, you should do that, but you can also make money and diversify your balance sheet by having housing. The subsidized rates reduce your vacancy concerns, meaning your units will be occupied. The rental revenue, which once again, you're still charging employees rent, even minusing expenses creates operating income and can lead to a greater return on the same investment. There's margin left to repay debt if needed. And as we stated before, it's going to diversify your balance sheet. And just very quickly, and I want to take questions. We want to talk about Durango school districts because they have done this. So in 2024, they passed a bond allocating $20 million to housing. The district that engaged in a 3-phase plan. One, they wanted to acquire existing real estate, so they completed a 35-unit acquisition. They partnered with developers in Durango to create own units, and we're announcing those developers shortly. And then lastly, they plan to build homes on district-owned or donated land. Here's what they found. For their housing units, for the district to make money, and this is offering subsidized rental rates. If you look at the top right of this slide, at about half occupancy, the district is still making $2,000 a year. At 100% occupancy, the district, and this is understanding that they're not doing property management, they're renting these units to their employees at subsidized rates, they're making $372,000. And likely, at 90% plus occupancy, a year over this. And this is, these are your neighbors, and you're right that they're able to do. Again, they do no property management, and they created a housing advisory committee of their staff to put together all of their housing. Similarly, this is another school district in the Mountain West. And what you're looking at here is 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom revenue. This is the rental rates that they see. And this is the total revenue that they get from each month. You can start seeing the operating costs, utilities, insurance, reserve are all significantly less. And so they're making $24,000 a year, but that's not the most important. The most important thing is that they're able to pay back every year. And this is only with 80% occupancy. So this model starts cash flow, which is really, really interesting. Final thing I'll say on this is you're probably going, okay, well, this sounds great, but who doesn't, right? We are not in the workforce housing. 100% true. None of the municipalities or organizations that I work with in housing business, like I say, for the school districts, your number one job is to educate our kids, right? That's your job. What you can do though is you can leverage third party, I call it pre-development support, to answer all of your housing issues, right? So the first thing is you can understand internal and external housing demand. You can do surveys and focus groups amongst your staff. You can see what's feasible in the land that can potentially be used for housing. You can establish partners. You can create the plan on how to build, figure out how to partner with infrastructure needs. Most importantly, you can secure funding. Right? That there's a lot of capital available to support workforce housing if you know where to look and you sort of put your head down and work on it. And you can have an individual lead developer engagement. And so, if this is something that's interesting to you, the next thing to think about is bringing on a consultant or individual or organization that is very, very cheap that can have big, big time rewards for you. So, to conclude, how you can help support workforce housing. The first is you can assess whether by owning assets, you can offer subsidized housing to your employees. Something, once again, a third party development person, people like myself do that all the time. The second is we can empower public entities to collaborate. And the third is fund redevelopment, which is once again $6,000 to $7,000 a month. It's a 3 to 6 month commitment. It answers all of these questions. So the reason why I did this presentation is I'm working on pre-development. I'm working on pre-development with the Montezuma Cortez School District, and we are in the process of trying to create housing for the community. And what we are doing is we are doing it at Knott Elementary. So just some information on this. So Knott Elementary closed in 2020. It is in the heart of, and the district is hoping to transform the school into a community space. One of the things that we are doing is we're asking for letters of support from the community. These are non-binding letters that just show level of support. And we're hoping to get your vote to sign. The letter of support is for the State Historical Preservation Fund. And this will give us access to architects and other support to help us change the school from an elementary school to something that can be a community forever. I've included the letter. This is a template. We can edit it. But essentially, it says the Ute Mountain Tribe writes in strong support of the school district effort to preserve the former Knott. This building is part of the region's living story. Its preservation honors the deep ties of our people, land, and learning that shaped our community for generations. We support the district's plan to stabilize and preserve the structure and appropriate adaptive reuse. Exploring housing and other community serving purposes is a thoughtful path to sustain the building spirit while maintaining residents' needs. As the tribe considers the care of cultural landscapes and historic places, we value approaches that keep this place useful, respectful, and alive. So that's the tenor of the note. I've said a lot, so we should go into questions. And let me go back. Well, you have to see what I couldn't see any faces. I couldn't tell if people were smiling, thumbs down the whole time. Or so now that I can see
Okay, thank you, Mr. Spearman, for your presentation on either or the workforce housing initiative, as well as the TEPO grant that you're seeking for this project. I will turn it over to the tribal council if they have any question, concerns, and as well, executive staff as to the need, and you know that housing is an issue and is a need throughout this country, and particularly in areas of educational, medical, um, um, just about every arena that housing can be affordable to the citizens of this country. So it's something that I appreciate, and I commend you for putting your effort out to seek a support or a letter of support from the tribe. But I will turn it over to the tribal council if they have any concerns or questions about just what was presented in your PowerPoint. So, tribal council,
Chairman.
secretary.
Hello, Mr. Spearman. I don't know if you can see me, but I have several questions. Actually, I have a list. Do you want me to just ask you them all, or do you want me to ask you one by one?
Um, maybe answer, maybe ask them all.
Okay.
And then I can answer them.
Okay. So, on your presentation, I noted, well, you had said that you're doing on this work on behalf of the RE1 school district. My question is, how come there isn't any representation from the RE1 school district with you on this? I'm a little confused as, is this something that the RE1 school district is pursuing, or is it something that your group is pursuing yourself? I'm just, concerned. We try to build that good relationship with our school district, and it's a little concerning to me that they're not here speaking on their behalf of why they want our support from the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. My second question is on this Manaw Elementary building, what kind of culture preservation ideas do you have with the building in itself? Also, you had just answered one of my questions. You wrote the letter, but I have some issues with that letter. Nowhere in your letter states anything about what Ute Mountain Ute tribe will receive back. So that's a little concerning to me. You spoke about housing for the building. Living and working on a reservation is totally different from working, outside our reservation lines. Well, and I do appreciate your numbers and everything, but, like I said, working here on the reservation, we can't even pay some of our employees minimum wage. We struggle with that, and that's something that we continuously work hard for our employees and our membership. So I'm a little, concerned about the numbers that you provided. As I said, our numbers are drastically different from what we can pay our employees here. And then I was looking back on an email chain that I had got CC'd on March 17th of 2026. You had stated to Councilwoman Tawny Knight that the ultimate goal is to create affordable housing options for our educators. So I'm a little concerned there, where we're giving back housing to our educators who educate our children in Cortez, but what in return is coming back to the Ute Mountain Ute tribe? Also, I did see that you reached out to our TIPO department. I'm curious to know what they said to you about their support from our Ute Mountain Ute TIPO office as well.
Awesome. Wrote down all the questions. I feel like it's always better to hear them all, because I can probably lose some of them. Please let me know. So to go in order, so I am the representative from the school district. And so the school district has brought me in to do pre-development for them. And so I am acting as an extension of them. And so they are incredibly excited about the potential of partnering and just generally strengthening community relationships with you all. And one of the things I do for pre-development, that's why I actually create capacity for them. So Superintendent Ramirez, for example, he's doing everything that he can, and then I'll say, hey, how about I show up and do the presentation to take that off of plate? And so I don't come as an individual who's just trying to push this. I come as representative of the school district, and I probably should have said this, and I'm sorry for it. They are enthusiastic about sort of deepening relationship ties with you all. As far as what we need to do for the building, I think that's a great question. And we don't have a clear answer yet. The reason why we don't have a clear answer yet is one of the things we want to do when we understand what can be done is go through community conversations. So one of the things that someone like myself will do is present to you on options for what we can do. Right now, the building, the building has a pretty bad. It's been out of commission for 3 years, and so we need architectural support just to understand how much it's going to cost to get it done, and then what we can then do with community space. Some things that we've thought about, just to give some insight, is in addition to housing opportunities, to have office space there, to and that office space could be used for nonprofit entities to have wraparound services that could be used there. The kitchen could be used for organizations that have culinary needs. The gym could be used for community participation, things like pickleball, winners, etc. But that process will be one that is derived from community. From a housing perspective, the playground land adjacent to the building, that's where we could put it. Thought process. What it would be with that. I think as far as what the partnership, that's a really, really good question. I think the biggest thing is that the school district believes that they are struggling to recruit and retain top educators because those educators can't live in. And so I think the first and foremost, their belief is it's a really strong school district. And that if we can create subsidized housing opportunities for their staff, that has a huge benefit to the project. I think it's more, for more specific, that we should have. There are things that jump out that I'm missing. Please let me know on that. I think for your internal housing, that's part of why I wanted to do the presentation. Part of it actually the letter of support, but I actually wanted to start dialogue with you all as to what you're doing about your own housing. And because if your numbers are even lower than what we're seeing from the statewide perspective, there's all the more reason to see we can bring in some grants to create housing opportunities for your staff. And once again, I focus on the workforce housing side. So housing opportunities for employees of tribe or other workforce organizations on the reservation. I think there are huge opportunities to create housing for you all. The TPO, I keep, that was the last, was that Keely who I reached out to? I think so.
Yes, it was Keely Yanito from the U Mountain Ute Tribal
Yeah.
Preservation.
Keely, so one, I want to speak on behalf of Keely. Keely has been wonderful. She gave me hints for the presentation that I just did for you. I believe she is supportive of the letter of support, and I think she was equally curious to see what the council's thought was on your own workforce housing situation, to see if there were opportunities to sort of. Long response. Did I answer everything?
Yes, she did. I just have a comment to that. So when you said that you're speaking on behalf of Superintendent Ramirez, I just have a little bit of issue with that. It would be good to have him come and, partner with you on this presentation. Just seeing him and, knowing that this is a strong idea of his, then that would give us, some sort of dialogue we could have. But I just have concerns that, he's not here speaking on his school district's behalf. That's one of my concerns about it. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but I think we got a long ways building our relationship with our school district before we support anything that they want to pursue. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but that's my concerns about that. But I would certainly, love to see him here, and if you could present with him again, I would be opening to hearing this all over again with his presence here. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other comments? Executive staff, do you have go ahead, Treasurer Jacket?
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I have been a parent of the Montezuma County school system, and I also do the school system myself for 18 years now. My daughter is a junior, she'll be a senior next year, so she went through the whole system. Her and my son and my stepkids. And not only that, I've seen my nieces and nephews go through here. And the one thing that's been talked about all of these years is retention. And you are precisely right about the housing. That's where it comes from. We also suffer that with the United Tribe. We see that a lot of our executive positions are not being filled because of housing. It's an issue. And thank you for bringing this up. It's a plan, it's an idea, and you do every council person, you have my support. Manal has been there, I've seen it, and it's there. And if it has the opportunity to be housing, to be a good thing, not just for the area, but for our kids, mostly for our kids, so the teachers will be there. My daughter said there's always a new teacher, there's always a new math teacher, there's no inconsistent. I can honestly say that. And I asked them, I said, hey, at school, what's going on? And they tell me. I said, is the same teacher this year or a different teacher? I don't know, get different teacher. So I think that support retention, as I said, retention. For our kids, the teachers are our kids. The teachers, they spend all day with our kids. From August all the way to May, they're with our kids. And I would really like to have that consistency of teachers, because when I was growing up, my teachers, they were still there when my stepkids were going to high school. So it was good to have that. And the main reason that, I'm pretty sure the reason they were still here is they had housing. And that's the one thing to retain our teachers. And I'm going to say it's retaining them. I like to have the support that the class wasn't canceled, that there was no teacher there, that the teacher left halfway through the school year. I do hear it. You do hear it. So, as me as one counselor, thank you. You definitely got my support, and keep doing what you're doing. And like I said, help us. The human trick is that our teachers will be there for our kids. So, Chairman, Council, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Jacket. Any other comments? Ms. Jacket, Councilwoman Jacket.
Thank you, Salvin. Good morning again, and I just want to thank you for the presentation you did. I myself went to school in Cortez all the way through, and actually when Mena was still there, that's where I went, and my kids went through that school too. So my concern is, I am supportive of the letter that was drafted, but however, I would like to have more information, and just like Councilwoman Ms. House mentioned, that like to have the superintendent involved in it, come here to the council and, have a more support. I would like to see more support from the school district, like the school board, rather than having you come here by yourself. And that's my comment. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, any other comments regarding this? From what I hear, kind of got signals of, let's take it this way. The workforce housing. Can I ask the tribal council, with this resolution that we have before us, are we addressing two resolutions or we're addressing one, which is the letter of support?
It's just a letter of support.
A letter of support, but that is tagged on with the workforce housing, correct? Is that how we see it? So, what I would like to ask the members of council is, moving forward with what is being proposed by Mr. Spearman in lieu of the workforce housing as well, a caveat with the letter of support regarding the historical preservation grant that's put into this request from Mr. Spearman. And I do have that same concern as well with RE1 district coming to the tribal council with you, Mr. Spearman, to advocate the need to have housing, the need to go forth with this historical preservation grant. There's questions that the tribal council has concerns over, and they are of a mixed variety of concerns. It's institutional wise, and it is the education opportunities, the disciplinary actions, and which could be discussed at another forum of such with the members of council. But what we have before us is a letter of support for Mr. Spearman to initiate on behalf of RE1 School District to move forward with this grant. So what I'm going to ask the members of council that are here, I'm looking for a motion to move forward with the letter of support regarding Mr. Spearman's presentation.
Got a comment.
Ms. Kansi.
Good morning. Just listening to everything, I'm sitting here and I read the letter that you provided. I think that this letter needs to be edited and to show a little bit of more a little bit of perspective from the tribe side. This, I'd like to know exactly what it is that you're going to be preserving. It says in here cultural preservation, heritage, and land use. I want something a little bit more specific on this, and I think that we could work together and figure something out. And I guess it's a concern with the council regarding the RE1 school district, so their presence would be appreciated. So at this time, I think we need more discussion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson. Any other? with,
Chairman?
yes, go ahead, Treasurer Jacket. Go ahead.
So I hear, yeah, so I hear the supporting council wants to have this rediscussion again and have this for further discussion in the near future. If we're gonna do that, I'd like to have a timeline. Timeline of next council meeting or whatnot, that it's a letter of support. And it's gonna help our students. Our students will have a guarantee that they'll have a teacher there, a teacher has a guarantee that they're housing there. And I just don't want to get this experience on my part, I support. And Chairman, it's still on the floor to make a motion to, dual their support. I'd like to make that motion on that. So that's my comment.
Okay, I have a motion for Mr. Jacket in support of the letter of support by Mr. Spearman regarding the historical preservation grant that is being requested by Mr. Spearman on behalf of RE1 School District workforce. Is there a second? Comment?
So with just what all the council members are saying, and we're talking about a timeline here, is there a timeline on this letter of support that needs to be turned in to you, Mr. Spearman?
Not necessarily. We can definitely come back to the next meeting if we would be so invited to do that.
Okay,
And I can try to make sure that the Superintendent Ramirez there or someone else from the school district, depending on timing, and it'll be my intention to be in person as well. And so, Treasurer Jacket, potentially, if we could connect, so you could provide comments from the council, just so I can get everything buttoned up. That's perfectly fine from where I sit. Be super respectful of your concerns, and, you know, if we can get this done 2 to 4 weeks, I think that's gonna be.
and I'd certainly, welcome you back to the next council meeting or executive staff meeting that we have so we can go over this. I just want to also let you know that we have 2 council education liaisons who sit on the education portion for our tribe, and that's myself and Councilwoman Tawny Knight. But again, you can reach out to Treasurer Jacket if you need to, but I would just continue any information that you have, if you can just funnel that through the email to Councilwoman Knight and myself. But
100%.
again, I'm not opposed of supporting you. I understand why you're here, and our teachers are very important. Teachers are a big part of students' lives and their future to succeed. But I'm just concerned, how is this going to benefit the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute community? Because after all, us 7-member council are voted in by our members, and we want to make sure that our members are at the forefront of the benefits of anything that we consider to support. Thank you.
And if I may, if there are opportunities for grant funding for you all to think about, so on the letter of support side, totally understand, and we'll be in the next meeting for that. If there are grant opportunities for you all to think about your own workforce housing, would you like me to present those opportunities to you in subsequent meetings?
I think that would be a fabulous idea, having some sort of employment housing here or, at a different location, that is certainly, I would open the door to that. I'm just a little concerned on how we're supporting another community when we have our own community employees and tribal members we like to support.
Thank you. Understood.
So, what I have before us and what has been motioned, I have a motion on the floor to go forth with this letter of support for Mr. Spearman and the Historical Preservation Grant. Do I have a second? Call for a second. Once again, do I have a second to the grant? Third time, do I have a second to the grant for Mr. Spearman to submit for the Colorado Historical Preservation Grant? Then I would also, at this time, would like to as well go to the motioning party, Treasurer Jacket. Do you want to rescind your motion and request for a future discussion on this matter with Mr. Spearman and RE1 School District present?
Chairman,
Yes.
due to the outcome of the vote, I'd like to rescind my motion. And I would like, so I'll also ask Mr. Spearman to be back for the next council meeting, May 12th. So this can be discussed and hopefully we get this resolved of a letter of support for this housing. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Thank you, Treasurer Jacket. I will note that as well. A rescinding of the motion to move forward. We will entertain Mr. Spearman on the May 12th, 2026 Tribal Council. We will make the request to have RE1 Superintendent, Mr. Ramirez, and our District D representative, Mr. Long, to be in attendance as well, because he has that representation for District D, which includes the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. So I would like to entertain that. And Mr. Spearman, I appreciate your willingness and your ability to bring forth this topic to the tribe, as well as what you're doing for RE1 School District faculty in trying to get housing for those faculty members. So I appreciate that dedication, and we'll be looking forward to seeing you May 12th. Is that okay?
Yes, thank you all so much.
Thank you. You have a good day.
Bye.
The way. Okay. Next. Mr. Blue, David Blue. Choose your venue. You could put your stuff on the.
I think standing's good because keep me on.
Yes.
Because eventually I'll get tired.
You are the very first person to come before this council with the new setup,
I
and
like the look.
you like
I
the look.
sound.
All right.
It was that's the well needed.
Yeah, the council put a lot into it. I was just the interior designer, but the council funded this.
I'm gonna take your picture to memorialize it.
You haven't took the staff's picture yet, but the fact of the matter, Mr. Blue, could you recognize yourself, introduce yourself, your department, and the reasoning for being here before the tribal council?
Absolutely. David Ballou, the president. Here today to present three different resolutions. The first one is a assignment of oil and gas lease of right title and interest from XTO Energy Incorporated to XTO PT TXOK Numex LLC. It's lease number 14-20-604-70. Basically what XTO Energy wants to do is just assign this lease to another internal customer or company within XTO. It's probably for their own operational and how they want to categorize their business. So would you like me to start reading from the third whereas?
Do the members of council understand what is being conveyed to the tribe in lieu of, we have the operator, main operator, which is XTO. He's transferring, or the company is transferring over to XTOCTTXOK. Who is that? What, can
It's
you?
just another entity that, and I can tell you they're focused on Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. That's probably their core business under that LLC. So this lease does reside in New Mexico. And so they're probably just wanting to assign this lease over to this New Mexico operating arm as opposed to the overarching XTO Energy.
Mhm.
Going to be a more focused business unit for XTO.
Okay, and has this been brought before the Minerals Committee as well?
It is not, it's just processed through my office. Basically, XTO made that request and I processed it. I saw it more as an administrative item more than a strategic item that the Minerals Committee needs to
Uh-huh.
comment on.
Okay. BI, you have any questions?
I do not. As long as you have all the report there, I think it's good to go. It is an administrative action. When a company comes in and they want to transfer their record title to another company, it's good as long as they're in compliance and everything's good on their part. And if there's any non-compliance issues, then that's something that then the tribe should consider. But I'm pretty sure Mr. David here did his homework on that for compliance.
Have you? So it's a permittable action for the tribal council to move forward with this request from XTO to XTO CTTX Oklahoma, New Mexico LLC. Members of the tribal council, before you, we have a proposal from the Energy Department in lieu of XTO Energy conveying their lease, can I say that? Their lease abilities or lease to XTO CT, a subsidiary of XTO, right? They're part of the same company, but fraction to work in a specific area.
And just to clarify, XTO doesn't operate on the United Reservation. They have rights to certain formations that, are being produced probably by another entity. So they're just transferring those rights to those formations and zones to
Okay.
another company.
Okay, so tribal members, tribal council, we have this before us. What are the wishes of the tribal council at this time?
David, I just have a little concern. Usually when we do any of the right-of-ways or, gas and oil leases, it's been taken in front of the Minerals Committee. I'm just kind of concerned. I mean, I want them to know, what's going on and, if they see anything that we don't see. I mean, I would feel comfortable in having the Minerals Committee, look at this before approval. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jacket.
I have a question here, David. I don't see, is it a year, 2-year lease?
It's assigning all the rights to the lease for the this is a lease that's held by production, meaning that there are producing wells on this lease, and that enables the lease to survive and continue. So they're just assigning the rights that XTO held under that lease to another company within their corporate umbrella. So those rights will just continue on with the lease.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Treasurer.
Yes, thank you, David. Thank you for bringing this upon us. And last month and this month has been very, very busy to get any of the council, anybody. We've been so busy. And we're supposed to have a middle meeting last week, but we couldn't because we were questioning. David was there on behalf of the consultant with everything that we're planning. So I would like to continue as a voting member of the minerals committee. I'd like to see this go through, and we pay David to be our energy director. His work is an advantage for the tribe, and so far, from when he started 2 years ago to now, we've seen that improvement. We've seen him getting back, last year, he did $800,000 back to the tribe. So I recommend moving forward.
Vice Chairman?
This is for Conrad. Could you give us clarification on who exactly is on the Minerals Committee?
That's David, myself, Mickey when she can, but mostly Megan, Barbara Rosenberg, David Stoner when he can, and Marcy Lopez.
This is a question for legal. Has legal seen any of this documentation?
I have not, but usually David works with Miss Musto, so I don't know if Miss Musto.
Megan, have you seen anything?
I've not reviewed this.
Okay. Just with that, knowing that our legal department hasn't looked over any of these documents, I'm, as one council member, wouldn't move forward until our legal department has seen some of these documents.
Ms. Jacket?
I'm going to go agree with Ms. House.
Ms. Kansi?
I would like to see legal review as well, just in case.
Okay, what we have before us, again, is a transfer of lease. I'm not advocating one way or the other. It is the responsibility of the tribal council to make that determination. At this time, as you see it, what is presented before us by Mr. Blue, who has worked tirelessly on such transaction on behalf of the tribe, as what was indicated by Mr. Treasurer Jacket of the meetings that were before us. But nonetheless, besides that point, the point of what I'm making is that the tribal council wishes to have legal review for further action to take place. And I'm sure that at the next meeting that this request could be followed through with what you're presenting, Mr. Blue. Is that accordingly? Is that?
I try to follow, Tribe's got a lot of good examples of assignments that have been passed in the past, trying to use that template, that format to build these, but I think a review by justice is always smart. Apologies for not thinking ahead on that, but I can definitely have that. Whatever it is.
I would appreciate that, and the council would appreciate that. Treasurer Jacket, are you in consensus with that idea of having legal department review the documents before action being taken?
Yes, Chairman, I didn't know that, and for the next thing I'm going to bring up, I'd like to make the same recommendation as council making from the last two items that came before. So thanks, Chairman, council.
Okay, well noted, Treasurer Jacket. Thank you for that compromising position that you're taking. Thank you. Miss Megan, I think getting this document reviewed in an expeditious time so that we could have this before us on the 12th of May. And if we have a minerals committee, it may just be as FYI information and move forward.
Yeah, that'll probably occur after that meeting, but I can definitely get a review and then.
Okay. I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. Second.
So what I have next is 3 different right-of-ways, renewals for enterprise field services. These are existing right-of-ways with the tribe. Their time has expired, and it's time for enterprise field service to renew these. And one thing I wanted to kind of review this, the last time these were granted, they were 25-year right-of-ways. And a lot of things changed during that 25 years. I had to do a little bit of digging and research to understand why Enterprise Field Services is the one renewing a right-of-way when it used to be held by El Paso Field Services and it used to be applied to Cross Timbers. So El Paso Field Services initiated the right-of-ways 25 years ago. Through sales and mergers, they became Enterprise Field Services during this 25-year time period. So they're the new entity, and they have helped gather the documentation of their evolution as an entity to basically support why they are the entity renewing this right away. On the other side, Cross Timbers Operating Company back in 2001 became Hillcorp Energy Company. They purchased the assets from XTO, and so they are the company on behalf of which Enterprise Field Services is wanting to renew these right-of-ways. These right-of-ways take gas from Hillcorp wells and move it to processing and sales further downstream. So are there any questions on kind of where we were 25 years ago and where we are today with Enterprise Field Services renewing right-of-ways on the behalf of Hillcorp Energy oil and gas wells?
Member of council, Treasurer Jacket, what Mr. Blue is requesting is if there is any concerns, questions regarding Enterprises having that right away. Now Hillcorp, under Hillcorp, is now seeking the right of way to this particular area that he will read through the resolutions. Questions? Seeing, hearing none? Yes, go ahead, Treasurer Jacket.
Yes, so seeing that this is on the 3 right-of-way rules for Enterprise Field Services, would it matter if the tribal council if this didn't go through the middle committee? You know, for time's sake and especially maybe brought those up. It didn't go through the middle committee. So I know that was a big deal from the stock discussion. So if they can put that out there, if it's going to be the same kind of situation, then I would like to just ask David to table this and tell it to the middle committee. So Chairman Council, those are my comments.
Okay, just to answer that quick, I think these right-of-ways have been in existence well over 30, 25 years, and it's a renewal of these right-of-ways for these oil and gas companies to continue their businesses. We had a brief discussion yesterday regarding the ability for the chairman to move forward on some of these right-of-ways that have been in existence and what they're doing and what these right-of-way, excuse me, what these right-of-ways are pertaining to is to conduct daily operations within their leases on the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. There's no big changes or improvements or anything of such. So I, for one, only have an opinion, but it is up to the tribal council. And from what I heard yesterday, that if they are just right-of-ways, then the tribal chairman should have that ability to go ahead and sign these right-of-ways to get them expeditiously in the process to continue with work. So again, that's my comment to the discussion at hand. So as Treasurer Jacket has indicated, does this particular and all right-of-way renewals need to go before the Minerals Committee? Councilwoman Jacket, yes or no?
Yes, I agree.
Secretary House?
So just a comment, I know yesterday we talked about having the chairman sign some of the right of way just because of the time limits we have on them. I agree with that. I just feel comfortable with somebody going through our minerals committee. Again, I mean, we're running against the time limit of, meetings that can't happen because of everybody's schedule. Just the question, has our legal looked at any of this?
I can answer that. No, I've not had asked Justice to review these. Basically, again, using the format of the last right-of-way. But when I look at a right-of-way renewal, I try to look at things like this is a 25-year right-of-way. I don't think renewing a 25-year right-of-way is in the best interest of the tribe. So I informed Enterprise Field Services, it'll be a 10-year right-of-way. That's kind of our standard term. And then I look at things like, is it valued appropriately? The last one was valued at $1,000 per acre. The tribe now is using $3,000 per acre for non-irrigated land, $5,000 per acre for irrigated land. So I'll make those changes, but again, my perception, and I'm very adaptable, is that this is an administrative thing. I want to move forward to keep these oil and gas operations in compliance and moving forward. The one good thing I'll say about Enterprise Field Services, they're early. They're renewing before they've expired, which is always greatly appreciated. There's other companies that are very delayed, very delinquent in renewing, and they're more difficult to work with. So Enterprise is doing the right thing. They're ahead of the curve. Again, through a polling resolution, these are very straightforward. I can ask the Minerals Committee to review them, approve them, and then I can have Justice review them.
Okay.
Vice Chairman, Chairperson. Vice Chairperson.
Thank you. Good morning, David. Thank you for everything that you do for the tribe. You do an excellent job. I have to give you that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this before us. Since this is a long-term lease and has been in place for a long time, and there is the history of it, and then putting in the renewal in a timely fashion, I would not have a problem with the chairman just signing it without further in-depth review, like Secretary House mentioned. The meetings, they're unpredictable. And sometimes if you're on a timeline, you're not going to get your things passed through as needed. So, I wouldn't oppose to having chairman just sign it, since there is a history here and there's just those minor changes with the timeline and the acreage.
So, by hearing that, any other comments? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Blue, read the resolution, please.
The first one is approving the right-of-way renewal application for Hillcourt Ute Indians A number 33 for Enterprise Field Services LLC. Whereas Enterprise Field Services LLC has filed a renewal application for a grant of easement for a 10-year right-of-way for the Hillcourt Ute Indians A number 33 for the purpose of operation and maintenance of the existing gas pipeline. Enterprise Field Services LLC has filed the renewal application in a timely manner before the current right-of-way expires. The granted easement for right-of-way will start on May 24th, 2026, and will end on May 23rd, 2036. And whereas said right-of-way is to be 5,255.36 feet in length, 45 feet in width, that contains 5.429 acres, more or less over, across, in and upon the following described land. Hillcourt Ute Indians A number 33 well It's the TAMS reference number 801-0800-126, right-of-way number 0070288. It's the east half of Section 3 in Township 31 North, Range 14 West, NMPM, San Juan County, New Mexico. Whereas the granting of the right-of-way will allow for the operation and maintenance of equipment and pipelines for the transportation of gas, which will in turn benefit the Mountain View Tribe through payment of fees. And whereas Enterprise Field Services will deposit as consideration for this renewal grant of easement for right-of-way, the sum amount of $16,287 based on a payment of $3,000 per acre, totaling 5.429 acres. Now therefore be it resolved, the tribal council approves the renewal of a 10-year grant of easement for right-of-way for the Hillport View Indians, A number 33, for Enterprise Field Services LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. Again, this right-of-way comes before the tribal council. What are the wishes of the tribal council? Is there a motion to move forward with this right-of-way?
Chairman?
Secretary.
Just before I make my motion, just a comment, if some of these, can go through our minerals committee, just follow the procedure on that. We want to just make sure that, if they see anything, that it's addressed and everything. But I make a motion to approve the right-of-way renewal application for Hillport View Indians, A number 33 for Enterprise Field Services LLC.
Thank you. I have a motion, Secretary House. Do I have a second? I have a second from Council Vice Chairperson Cansey. I will go to the vote. All those in favor of the right-of-way for renewal application, Hillport View Indian number 33 for Enterprise Field Services LLC, signify by saying aye.
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 Mr. Jacket?
Yes.
Those opposed? Those abstain? Ayes have it.
Thank you.
I have a 5-3. What's that? Okay, we'll change that to a 5-4-0 vote. Motion passes.
Chairman, council?
Treasurer Jacket?
Yeah, so, can you give the minutes of what was discussed yesterday to myself, Councilwoman Knight, and Councilman Turtle?
Okay,
Because these decisions were made. Yeah. I'll let you see, it was documented down that that was the agreement with the tribal council. 'Cause, yeah. Just so we can clarify any issues that come up.
yes,
So,
and
Chairman, council,
yes, that was a discussion with the tribal council that was present, and that conversation was a suggestion as to how we can move quickly on some of the transmittals that have deadlines that are just backed up because of our participation in approving those transmittals for applications to the said government departments, state departments, as well as congressional letters that need forwarded to those congressional delegates. We barely got Ms. Danielson's letter of support on the House bill for compensation for victims sent this morning, which was due this week, and we got it through, and I thank the council members that signified by approving that to get it to Ms. Daniels. she's House Representative or Senate Representative, Miss Green? Is she a Senate?
She's a Senate.
Colorado Senator, to get that, to sponsor that legislation. So again, it was a conversation that, how do we expedite? And I think that's the question that the council needs to identify and give guidance as to how we need to expedite some of these transmittals. Conversation was also regarding PAFs, transmittals for such right-of-ways as this is, and contractual concerns that have contracts. We have also modifications to some of the grants that come from BIA, the Department of Interior. Those are issues that and concerns and documents that need to be expedited so that those funds can be relinquished to the tribe for the operation of their program, signifying that particular department. That was the discussion of what took place. We cannot speak for the other council members, but I will give a detailed report of what was discussed and what there was no action, but it was a suggestion that each council member needs to identify as to what is, in their opinion, a process that needs to go forth so that we have consistency in approving the documents that come before us, because we get the document, Secretary Lopez initiates the transmittal, she puts it in the box with all the transmittal will only move when the council will respond and approve it, and that's where departments, agencies, legal departments look for the documents for those actions to take and my signature to those documents to move them forward. So that's what the discussion, and it will be another discussion. Those are one of those discussions that needs to happen in executive session as to how we're going to process all transmittals. There's got to be a systematic way of getting those documents approved in a timely manner. So your comments, Treasurer Jacket, is well noted, and I will respond to yourself, Councilwoman Knight, as well as Councilman Turtle by end of week. Thank you. Hold on. I got Secretary House, and I'll go with Jacket, and I'll go with Mr. Blue.
I know this is way off topic, David, sorry, but I'll go ahead and send what I have on my minutes for yesterday. And to my understanding, yesterday was just a discussion. There was no decision or anything. I just know that talking about the transmittal process, we were just trying to see how we can expedite some of those right-of-ways, I think, but none of it was about contracts. Contracts and PAFs were still going to, be seen by who it needed to be seen by, but there was no action. Just a short discussion on that. And then I think it was even brought up too by one of the other council members if it could have so many signatures on the transmittal and then it could move forward quickly, just getting a majority of signatures from the tribal council. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer Jacket.
Chairman, I'm okay. You can go and continue.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Blue.
I was just going to thank the council for not bringing geography and the transmittals. I mean, my department is totally aware that we overwhelm transmittal process with, the renewal of 150 for or so of these operating permits every calendar year, including the expansion of the solar, developments happening down in New Mexico. So if there's a way that maybe we can look at a batch list, we hit the information, the dollar amount, the company, that it's been reviewed by Taro, and maybe we can look at a batch summary where the transmittal is approving 20 of these at a time instead of one standalone at a time. We're certainly open to help working out that process. And I do know for the first 4 months of the year, we overwhelm the process with a lot of energy operating permits.
And on that note, in just the approval of the right-of-ways, it goes through its process, the transmittal process from the legal department, CFO, executive director, grants and contracts, and they do approve these renewals, these right-of-way renewals. And in the tribal council's process, it has another transmittal process that has all the tribal delegates on that for a yes/no initial law and moving that process. And that's probably the discussion that the tribal council is going to have independently amongst themselves as to how we want to move forward on that. So it's totally in a different conversation than what we're doing at this point. So I appreciate that, and I appreciate members of council. Thank you. So, did I take the vote?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, you do.
For the first one, the second one. Okay.
So the second one is approving the right-of-way renewal application for Hillport Ute Mountain Gas Com M number 2. It's a well tie for Enterprise Field Services LLC. Whereas Enterprise Field Services LLC has filed a renewal application for a grant of easement for a 10-year right-of-way for the Hillport Ute Mountain Gas Com M number 2 well tie for the purpose of operation and maintenance of the existing gas pipeline. Enterprise Field Services has filed a renewal application in a timely manner before the current right-of-way expires. The grant of easement for right-of-way will start on May 24th, 2026, and end on May 23rd, 2036. And whereas said right-of-way is to be 219.30 feet in length, 45 feet in width, that contains 0.2266 acres, more or less, over, across, in and upon the following described land. It's the Hillport Ute Mountain Gas Com M number 2 well tie. It's TAM's reference 801-079-0126, right-of-way number 0070290. It's the northwest quarter of Section 11, Township 31 North, Range 14 West, NMPM, San Juan County, New Mexico. Whereas the granting of the right-of-way will allow for the operation and maintenance of equipment and pipelines for the transportation of gas, which will in turn benefit the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe through payment of fees. And whereas Enterprise Field Services will deposit as consideration for this renewal grant of easement for right-of-way the sum amount of $679.80 based on a payment of $3,000 per acre, totaling 0.2266 acres. And now therefore be it resolved, the tribal council approves the renewal of the 10-year grant of easement for right-of-way for the Hillport Ute Mountain Gas Com M number 2 well tie for Enterprise Field Services LLC.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. Members of the tribal council, before us, we have an approval of right-of-way renewal application for Hillport Ute Mountain Gas Com number 2 well tie for Enterprise Field Services LLC. As Mr. Blue has indicated, this is a renewal. It is ahead of its time, but it is brought before you, the member of council, to act upon this renewal of this right-of-way. What are the wishes of the tribal council? Secretary House.
I make a motion to approve the right-of-way renewal application for Hillport Ute Mountain Gas Com M number 2 well tie for Enterprise Field Services LLC. Thank you.
Thank you. I got a motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. Vice Chairperson Clancy, go to discussion. No discussion. Go to the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
No.
Okay. Opposed? You oppose?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. Abstain? Motion passes. I have a 5-3-1-0. Motion passes. Next one.
The last one is the approving the right-of-way renewal application for Gascom and for Enterprise Field Services. Whereas Enterprise Field Services LLC has filed a renewal application for a grant of easement for a 10-year right-of-way with Hillport Mountain to Gascom and number 2 for the purpose of operation and maintenance of the existing gas pipeline. Enterprise Field Services LLC has filed the renewal application in a timely manner before the current right-of-way expires. The grant of easement for right-of-way will start on May 24th, 2026 and end on May 23rd, 2036. And whereas the said right-of-way is to be 1,464.99 feet in length, 45 feet in width, it contains 1.513 acres, more or less over, across, in and upon the following described length. It's the Hillport Mountain Butte Gascom N number 2. TAM's reference is 8011640126, right-of-way number 0070287. It's the east half of section 10, the northwest quarter of the southwest quarter of section 11, township 31 north, range 14 west, NMPM, San Juan County, New Mexico. Whereas the granting of the right-of-way will allow for the operation and maintenance of equipment and pipelines for the transportation of gas, which will in turn benefit the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe through payment of fees. And whereas Enterprise Field Services LLC will deposit as consideration for this renewal grant of easement for right-of-way the sum amount of $4,539 based on a payment of $3,000 per acre, totaling 1.513 acres. And now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council approves the renewal of the 10-year grant of easement for right-of-way, the Hillport Mountain Butte Gas Pump, number 2, for Enterprise Field Services LLC.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for reading that resolution. Members of council, before you, you have the approving of a right-of-way renewal application, Hillport Mountain Ute Gascom number 2 for Enterprise Field Services LLC. This is a 10-year renewal of right-of-way. What are the wishes of the tribal council at this time? Vice Chairman, motion? I have a motion from Vice Chairman, Vice Person Clancy. Do I have a second?
Chairman, I second.
I have a second. Secretary House. Discussion? Let's go to the call of the vote. All those in favor of the right-of-way for Hillport Mountain Gascom number 2 for Enterprise Field Services signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those abstain? Motion passes 5-3-1-0. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I just want to say, you know, in my role as Director of Tribal Energy, I do try to balance the need for, council and corn working through the minerals committee. We're seeing so much activity come forth from solar development and other activities that everybody's bandwidth is getting, used up. Everybody's available time is getting harder and harder to schedule. So I will continue to make it a priority to get these documents, reviewed by justice, considered by the minerals committee. I'm going to try to balance what falls into my administrative kind of, rights as a director for energy versus how to keep the council informed the best way possible. So thank you for your feedback and comments, and I'll continue to try to touch all those boxes.
Okay, and just a note, Mr. Blue, on the beginning of your presentation with the transfer of the lease, could you get that document expedited over to legal for review so that you could bring that forth back to us and give that to the tribal council for their review? And at the next council meeting on the 12th of May, we'll take action on that as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me be here first.
Yes, you are. Wow. Okay, the next we have is the natural resources. Mr. Stoner, could you please come up, state your name and your topic of discussion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, esteemed members of the Tribal Council. I'm David Stoner, the Resource Director for the Utah Mountain Tribe. And I am here today to present two resolutions. First one dealing with restrictions on cattle grazing for the 26-27 grazing season. The second resolution is on the Mancos Canyon grazing prohibition. With your permission, I'll read the first resolution.
Okay, let's, before we go forth with this, let's go to the earlier reasoning for the first restriction on cattle grazing for the 2026 and the 2027 season. Let's go just with that. That's the overall picture of the tribal, whether you're a tribal operator, whether you're a department. Let's talk about.
It's a resolution that I bring before the Tribal Council every year to deal with grazing situations for that year. It's really the only tool that we have to regulate grazing on the reservation. Since we have no permit system, we don't, we have no involvement with the BIA, to help address issues with grazing, areas that are overgrazed, areas that are underutilized. The number of heifers that operators are allowed to keep, as replacements. It also addresses the issue of no new cattle owners. So it's just a real broad, general resolution dealing with the situation for that particular grazing season.
And the development of this annual resolution that always comes up for the council to decide to give the directive per your analysis, study as to how the grazing lands are impacted, what's the availability of water resources, what's the condition of the ranches that at times are utilized by the individual cattle operator is what is at hand. Do you, in your position, work with Councilwoman Knight in developing this document?
Yes, I have talked to her We did talk about it in the executive staff meeting a couple of weeks ago. It did come up at the last cattle owners meeting. And I presented the draft and then asked for input from the cattle owners. I got very little feedback. And then also in this resolution, we've asked the cattle owners for grazing management plans, so we can incorporate it into a larger integrated resource management plan. At some point, I'll bring before the tribal council. It's long overdue. We haven't had any sort of resource management plan written in years and years, so it's something that we really need to focus on. Drought conditions are getting worse, not better. You know, climate change is an issue. We're seeing productive rangelands receding. A lot of the areas on the periphery of the reservation have been overgrazed. And part of that was due to an excess of feral horses. We did gather close to 700 head of horses a couple of years ago, so that has relieved some of the grazing pressure. But now the horses are coming back, and there are some areas on the reservation where we weren't able, we didn't have sufficient funds to gather all the feral horses. So, yeah, we have serious issues, you know, with the rangelands, and it's something that the council, as my role as resources director, it's my role to keep the tribal council informed and to give the tribal council my recommendations. We have started a range monitoring program. We're monitoring the Pinecrest Range. We're going to start monitoring on the reservation so that we'll actually have more significant data to share with the tribal council and to share with the cattle operators. You know, because these decisions need to be based on not only visual evidence, but also on more rigorous monitoring tools, so we can assess the land over time. What's happening? Are we putting too much grazing pressure on the land? What will the land sustain? What do we do moving forward? You know, I worry that if this drought continues, if the current drought situation continues, in 10 years, there might not be any forage available on the reservation. And that's a situation that we really would like to avoid. If we are smart about how we graze livestock, they can actually be used as a management tool. But we have to be smart about it. The council has to make some hard choices because it is the tribal council's responsibility to make sure the land is being taken care of. And that's part of my role, you know, is to inform the council on what the situation is like on the ground.
Okay, any questions, council? You know, what has just been presented as a synopsis of what this first resolution. The first resolution is going to address the overall grazing on the 550,000 acres of tribal lands. That's excluding the tribal ranches, which could total up to 100,000 acres on those 5 different ranches that is in play and in questions that is being utilized in some form or fashion for the summer grazing of these individual cattle owners. So what we have and what you have before you, council members, is a resolution that covers the tribal lands as to what the resource director feels is in the best interest of the land, as well as the responsibility of these individual cattle owners into payment, in lieu of payment for the utilization. So that is what we're going to be discussing at this time. Any comments from the council?
A comment.
Ms. Jacket,
Yes.
Councilwoman?
Okay, thank you, David, for coming in this morning, doing your presentation on your, the grazing. I'd like to ask one question. Well, I have a few questions. Are the cattle owners aware of the impact their livestock is doing?
Some of them yes, and some of them no. And that's why we asked each one to formulate their own grazing management plan. It's one way that we can convey to them, listen, this is tribal land. And you've been allowed to graze on tribal land. But it's part of your responsibility to make sure that you are taking care of the tribal land, that you're utilizing. The tribe has been very generous in allowing livestock grazing. But I think as we get deeper and deeper into climate change and this drought, we're going to have to make harder choices. Because it is the responsibility of all of us to protect the land for all the tribal membership, which would include, enhancement for wildlife, forestry. There's all sorts of other issues outside of grazing, water quality. So there's a lot of big issues that we're dealing with the natural resources. As you all know, it's a fragile environment, and what we have down here is not the most productive land, in the country. And this year is going to be really, really tight. I'm very concerned. The Mancos River is almost dry already. And, irrigation on the ranches is very limited. We have absolutely no water at the Perkins Ranch in Utah. They're not even going to turn any irrigation water out at all. We have enough water at Cherry Creek to irrigate one pasture. At the Nielsen Ranch, we have just enough water to fill some dirt tanks. We won't be able to irrigate anything. Thompson Park, or Hay Gulch, same thing. We might have 1 or 2 weeks of irrigation. And so this really puts all of this under a big microscope. We have to start looking to the future. What can we do now to protect the natural resources for the next generation and the next generation and the next generation? That's our task, and it's a big one.
Any other comments, questions?
I'd just like to say that, tribe can do so much, but, these cattle owners, they have to meet halfway. They need to come up with some kind of solution too. If we're going to be, if we're going into any kind of business, it falls upon us, and it determines how we're going to operate, how we're going to get profits out of it? What is it that we have to do in order to get that to that point? And that's something that you really need to take into consideration. How far are we going to go with these ranches, with the way it's going? Just like you say, it's not gonna, may not be able to provide all the needs as far as water, feeding the cows. It's gonna really impact them too. Because, you know, having a livestock is a lot of responsibility. There's so many things you have to do. Now we're at that point where we're really looking at the land itself. You know, we are really depleting a lot of the natural resources in this area where they're at. So that's something that they really need to take into consideration. Oh, I just want to say that.
Vice Chairperson.
Good morning, Mr. Stoner. I got a question. How many individual cattle owners do we have with the tribe?
Must apologize, I don't have an exact number, but probably in the neighborhood of 40.
And how many grazing plans did you receive back? One? Oh my gosh. So how far has your outreach gone with the cattle owners?
Well, yeah, I will shoulder the blame there. I need to push the issue more. The way the resolution reads, it's, we encourage them to come in to the Natural Resources Department. We will work with them to develop a management plan. But, you know, in answer to your question and in answer to Councilwoman Jackett's comments, we really want them to focus on not just herd health in their cattle operation, but the land. Because their cattle operation is not going to exist if the land can't carry the numbers that they're running. So it's a self-perpetuating problem. Cattle prices are good right now, so they want to grow their cattle. What is at stake? You know, the long-term health of the range is at stake. So, yeah, I really need to reach out to them and insist that they come in. Let's sit down. We're not critical. We're not, you know, setting any standards that you can't follow. We need to know what your plans are. How are you going to rotate your cows? How are you going to best utilize the range, you know, for the long term? So it is, that's part of the responsibility of being a cattle owner. It's being a good steward of the land.
Yes, I agree with you wholeheartedly. You know, back in the day, my family owned cattle, but it was up in White Mesa, and we used to run them through Elk Ridge and down through Comosh. So there was always that responsibility that we had to work with BLM, because those were the ranges that we ran. We worked with BLM, and my father and the other cattle owners in White Mesa used to get together and have meetings, and they used to do that. And they, you know, and of course you have to rotate your herd, because you're damaging the soil, the growth and everything there in one place. And if you're not rotating your herd or managing your numbers, then, you know, you, of course you would be in violation, or, you know, you'd be overstepping your boundaries. So I think that would be the same idea here with the on the reservation. You know, you have a certain area or areas that are overrun, and there's nothing left there for them to eat. So what's the solution to that? You know, you rotate your crops so you can accommodate the growth. And if you're not doing that, then that's, to me, is irresponsible. And, you know, if you're a cattle owner, you got to take care of those. A lot of those costs come upon you because you're the beneficiary every time that you get a cattle sale. You know, you get that money for your family for that. So I agree with, Councilwoman Jacket on, you know, the cattle owners need to step up and do a little bit more to meet the tribe. I know the tribe is, I said, very generous with some of the. So, you know, I would like to see that from them, from the cattle owners. That's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Jacket, you have any comments regarding what is being proposed with the overall grazing aspects of what is being presented by Mr. Stoner?
Chairman?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Thank you, David. Thank you for presenting this resolution. And just to let the rest of the council know, and Mr. Chairman, you know, that this resolution comes every year, this time, the grazing restrictions, this is the standard. And as we know, our natural resource department is so underfunded, and they're undermanned too. For 600,000 acres, we got like four workers to do the fencing and the travel in, the all-purpose workers. So I'd like to thank them to what they do on their behalf. And, you know, my family's a small cattle farm. We got a small herd of 8. So it is an issue. We take responsibility, dropping off slot blocks, dropping off hay. On the Kirkland side, we're mostly in an industrial side, into parts of tank. But as Mr. Donner said, we've been overgrazed. Our land is coming to a little of no value for insurance. So what we do in the near future, we need to let this whole land rest. Need to let rest for all the cattle left. And a case proven point is, I don't know how many people have been up to on the Denver side where they got the solar panels on the navigation side, and it's fenced off. And you can see that feed just grow that feed, that grass. It's all the way to your hip. It can be rehabbed. This land can be rehabbed. It's gonna take us and it's gonna take the cattle one working together too with the land management plan. And I really would like to thank David for putting himself out there, especially for the cattle owners, and letting notice what's going on. And as our cattle liaison this night too, she's also been advocating going to these meetings and letting the rest of the owners, cattle owners, know that it's coming. It's here. Actually, 30-year overgrazing, real strict restrictions, and this is the standard. Next year, they will come again before us and say, I understand this is what's going on. So it's a yearly thing. We passed this, and it just, we really don't force ourselves because, like I said, our department's underfunded. So, Chairman, Council, closing comments.
Okay, thank you, Treasurer Jacket. Mr. Stoner, can you go ahead and read the second whereas?
Whereas the tribal council has the duty to protect the tribe's natural resources and the health and welfare of the tribal members, excuse me. Whereas due to severe drought conditions over the past several years, the tribal council has implemented several restrictions on livestock grazing on the reservation and tribal and ranch lands, and it is necessary to continue to implement certain practices to protect the range. And whereas the action taken by this resolution is in the best interests of the tribe, now therefore be it resolved that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council hereby implements the following rules and practices concerning grazing cattle on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation and the tribally owned ranches. Number 1, due to the persistent drought and warmer temperatures that threaten forage production, The tribe is forced to place restrictions on the number of replacement heifers each cattle owner is allowed to keep. This number will be 20% of the total number of bred cows that can be verified through pregnancy tests. Furthermore, each owner will need to justify any increase in his or her herd based on current range conditions. Number 2, owing to the prolonged drought and the need for recovery of native rangelands, there will be no purchases of cattle allowed at this time. This also serves to protect the integrity of the cows that are currently running on tribal lands. Number 3, each cattle owner grazing on tribal lands must work with the Natural Resources Department to develop a grazing management plan. Number 4, cattle owners are responsible for all costs associated with the operation and management of a cow herd. If any of these costs are paid out of the Natural Resources budget, the Resources Department will generate an invoice for these costs, and it is the responsibility of the cattle owner to pick up the invoice from the Resources Department and pay at the finance office. Since the tribe runs under a fee waiver for transportation of cattle back and forth from the reservation to the ranches, the tribe will pay for the brand inspections for the shipment of cows. However, the tribe will not pay for any brand inspection for the change of ownership. This fee waiver is $20 for a single incident. So if the brand inspector has to come out to inspect 5 truckloads of cattle, we are charged $20. That's the fee waiver. There is a $100 fee annually that's paid by the tribe, to keep this fee waiver. Each cattle owner must have a brand that is currently registered with the Colorado Brand Board. This brand must be registered in the tribal member's name as the primary owner. Number 6, only tribal bulls branded with the ID brand are allowed to be placed on the reservation and the tribal ranches. All other bulls must be sold. Unbranded bulls that are a year old or older will become the property of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe and will be sold at auction. Number 7, cattle owners may apply for drought relief programs through the USDA, the NRCS, and the FSA, the Farm Services Agency. Number 8, all resolutions regarding cattle that do not conflict with this resolution remain in effect, including the following penalties. And that's in reference to resolution number 2018-083. Any unbranded livestock that is older than 1 year of age is property of the tribe pursuant to the ordinance for the seizure and sale of stray or trespassing animals, adopted by resolution 2524 and amended by resolution number 2009-099. Bullet point number 2. Any animal that is considered in violation of this resolution, as determined by the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Natural Resources Department, will be confiscated, and the owner will be charged a confiscation and impoundment fee of $250 per incident and a fine of $100 per animal per incident. Bullet point 3. Impounded livestock will be held and disposed of according to resolution number 2009-099, the ordinance for the seizure and sale of stray or trespassing animals. And if impoundment fees and fines are not paid, impounded animals will be sold and proceeds from the sale will be paid to the tribe to recover the costs associated with fee, confiscation, and impoundment costs. and any unpaid fines. Number 9, due to the prolonged drought, no new cattle owners will be allowed to graze on tribal lands. Number 10, the deliberate misbranding of calves is strictly prohibited under this resolution because it not only violates Colorado brand laws, but causes confusion during brand inspections and at calf sales. If an owner deliberately misbrands an unweaned calf for the purpose of gifting, the calf will be impounded and sold in the name of the legal owner, which is determined by the calf's mother. If an owner wants to sell a calf from his or her herd to another owner running cows on the reservation, then the cow-calf pair must be inspected by a brand inspector, and a brand inspection written, which is a legal bill of sale, prior to the change of ownership. Number 11, permits from the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Natural Resources Department are required for the sale of any livestock. Number 12, if an owner is not taking care of his or her cattle or is in non-compliance with this resolution, or any other resolution dealing with livestock operations, or is delinquent in his or her financial obligations, then the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Natural Resources Department will address this situation with the cattle owner. If the cattle owner fails to respond or refuses to make the necessary changes to his or her cattle operation, deem the cattle owner to be in compliance with this resolution, the cattle owner, after 2 attempts by the Natural Resources Department to resolve these issues, will be called before the cattle liaison of the tribal council to determine whether the cattle owner will be allowed to continue to graze on tribal lands. If the cattle owner is deemed unfit or in non-compliance with this or any other resolution dealing with grazing rights on the reservation, tribal council has the authority to revoke the cattle owner's grazing rights, in which case the Natural Resources Department shall impound and sell the cattle and the check will be sent to the owner. Number 13, all cattle running on tribal lands must be pregnancy tested and vaccinated, and cattle owners must be able to provide current pregnancy and vaccination records. Open and non-vaccinated cows, as determined during the fall pregnancy test, are prohibited from running on tribal lands. And horned cows that might endanger the health and well-being of other cows running on tribal lands are strictly prohibited. Number 14, the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe waives all tariff fees associated with the shipment of individually owned cows from the reservation to any tribal ranch, from any tribal ranch back to the reservation, since shipping costs are paid by individual owners and not the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. Be it further resolved that the provisions of this resolution are to be enforced by the tribe's Natural Resources Department and Wildlife Conservation Division. Be it finally resolved that the Tribal Council Chairman is authorized to sign this resolution and all other related documents.
Okay. As the resolution is being read, and the tribal council has clearly, knowingly knows what this resolution is pertaining to the overall grazing on the Ute Mountain Ute lands. They as well know the penalties, the restrictions that will be imposed upon the violation of this resolution, and is to be carried out by the Natural Resource Department as well as the Wildlife Department as well to enforce this resolution. There is a clear understanding that it will be enforced by the two said departments upon its approval by this council. So I would like to make everyone aware that this, as Treasurer Jacket had indicated earlier in his comments, and with my past experience, has always come before the tribe for the season, which in the next 3 months, 2 months at tops, is going to make the transition to the tribal ranch. In this, Mr. Stoner, are all cattle that graze on the Mountain Ute Reservation going to be transported to Pinecrest Ranch?
All of the existing managed herds are transported to, the bulk of them go to Pinecrest Ranch. There's 20 head that go to the Nelson Ranch. The rest of the cattle go to Pinecrest. Now, there are some cattle up in the canyon that don't leave the reservation. There are also a few head of cows in the Thomas House area by Chimney Rock that don't leave the reservation. Everything else, to my knowledge, is gathered and shipped either to Pinecrest or the Nelson Ranch.
So what we have before us, council members, and I only cautious, or I would give recommendation to the Natural Resource Director, is another resolution that addresses the feral horses that are owned by, or supposedly owned by, the tribal members that graze as well. Do you have a plan for those, or do you just leave them here on the reservation?
So there's a couple areas where tribal members claim some ownership of unbranded horses running in an area. It's always been a kind of a gray area. I mean, they have no way to actually show ownership of the horses. They just claim the owner, or the ownership by rights of traditional use. So again, the Thomas House area and the Chimney Rock area, and then also down along the Mancos River, there's 15 head of horses that are claimed by some tribal members in that area. We have helped the House family gather some horses out of that area, and they were sold at auction, but not all of them left. We have quite a few feral horses up in the canyon. That's one of the things also that we want to talk about in the next resolution. Some feral horses up on Tanner Mesa. Tanner Mesa is in pretty good shape. Problem getting to those horses is we'd have to put, spend a lot of money getting that road repaired. I'm not sure the last time that road was maintained. We used to graze cattle up on Tanner Mesa. There's no cattle up there now, just feral horses. And we are getting some encroachment again. Feral horses coming into the reservation down in the Four Corners area. We have, Tribal Council passed a resolution addressed to the BIA to assist us with fence work in the Four Corners. As you know, there's no fence on the Mexico-Colorado state line, or Colorado-Utah state line in the Four Corners area. So horses are able to come and go as they please. You know, we just crossed the San Juan River. So we're getting more and more horses down the reservation.
And my last question before I open it up to the tribal council addressing this resolution. You state in your earlier comments that you've spoken to individual cattle operators regarding this draft resolution to the extent for input from them, and there was just very little movement on it. And the big movement is when the document is completed and approved, and then you will receive all the issues concerning why wasn't I informed, why does the tribe have to pay, or why do I have to pay when historically the tribe has always done this. And historically it has done this as a caveat of we need to remove these cattle to these areas that have been set aside for them. And it went as far as the vaccination, the veterinarian services, the brand inspector, the transportation. And at this current time, with what the tribe is dealing at this time, there is no other funds available for that service that was once there. That was once the thing that everybody wanted to have is, we're going to do this for you. We're going to do this. And at this time, for the last 10, 15 years, the tribal council has just been reluctant, but in a manner set aside a certain amount of dollars that can be identified through your department to provide the services, and in no return from sales has gone back to the department or to the tribe for that services. There is a percent of cattle horse operators on this reservation. There is no more than a percent that own cattle, taking the population of the tribe that operate cattle. 99% of the tribal members don't have ownership to individual cattle. You read the resolution, in it you have the resolution, the constitution bylaws of the tribe, how it is written, how it is expressed, pretty much says in itself that the tribe is to maintain a cattle herd, and each cattle individual or individuals will receive a cattle in ownership. But see, the cattle ownership, the cattle identification are twofold. You got the tribal brand, which is the ID brand. Okay? There's one set. That's what you refer to as when you confiscate these animals, you will brand them with that ID brand for sale because they need a brand. The second is we have the farm and ranch bow and arrow herd, which is maintained by the farm and ranch that is a part of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. Those are the tribally owned cattle. Then you have the third component to it is then you have the individual cattle operators that range from 40 members or less at this point that have that, and I may say it's not a luxury, but a privilege to have the tribe to support it financially without any return to the tribe and its membership. So, as we sit here and being clear and clarify, we have another issue in Utah that's brewing in it, but it's not brewing in a sense of neglect, or it's a sense of renewal of those grazing permits on the BLM to where X amount of animals. And that property that we have in the Forest Service and BLM exceeds over, Miss can't see, over 100,000 acres of grazing land that is on the Forest Service land and is on the BLM land that we're trying to save and implement a cattle program for that particular area in Utah. And we're working diligently and we're working hard to be in compliance with that, because there's some concerns that have been risen by the BLM and the Forest Service that we have to address. So we're addressing that. Today, we're going to address this resolution that signifies that this is what you're going to abide by as an operator, cattle on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. Just this. This is it. This is how it's always done every year, as Treasurer Jacket has indicated. So, members of the Tribal Council, before you, you have a resolution that is going to address the 2026-2027 cattle operation of the individual cattle operators and the roles and responsibilities of those individuals, as well as the enforcement of the Natural Resource Department and the Wildlife Department to carry out this resolution. There's going to be no in-between once the council approves this or disapproves it. There's not going to be that question of it should have been that way or it should have been informed, because you're bringing it before the council. There's one way that if the council chooses as a consensus to this is to table it for further discussions with members of the entire tribal council being here as well. So, members of the tribal council, I encourage you to really contemplate, think about how you want to proceed with this resolution that's before us. So, with being and saying that, I'm going to open it up to you, members of council, for your concern.
I'd like to make a comment on this resolution. You have done similar to this resolution in the past.
Yes.
You're limiting the amount of cattle that individuals should have.
We limit the number by the number of heifers that they can keep. The
Okay,
only way they can grow their cow herd is by keeping replacement heifers.
so so you had that already in place before, but you have added on this resolution, like, you didn't make any changes to this resolution. You're kind of, or do you,
Only the number of heifers.
only then, so this always been,
For the first resolution that I've seen that is in basically this format.
okay.
It was in, I think, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
So for the past 14 or 15 years, this resolution has come before the tribal council with only minor changes.
Okay,
And the other resolutions that are mentioned in this go back even further. The original resolution dealing with grazing was done in 1970.
so this is nothing new.
No, and I read a draft resolution to the tribal council, or to the the cattle operators at the last cattle meeting. Now, not all of the cattle owners were there. So, you know, but the cattle owners who were there, copy of this resolution, we talked about it, and I encouraged them to make any recommendations or changes that they saw would benefit their operations or the tribe's land base.
So this resolution, it protects the natural resources and also the cattle owners,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah, yeah, since 2012, there hasn't been, the tribe hasn't allowed any new cattle owners, which, you know, that's unfortunate, but it's just a situation because of the drought, basically. I mean, I was here in the 90s, and range conditions have changed measurably, you know, since the 90s. Climate has changed measurably. So we're up against a bigger challenge. Numbers have been reduced, you know, probably because of drought, because of range conditions. You know, and people get out of the business and no new cattle owners are allowed to come in, so,
Mhm.
you know, we do lose some cattle operators on occasion.
So you mentioned that you have met with few cattle owners
Right.
and
Individually. I mean, I
Individual.
talk to them quite often.
so what was their comment? Did you bring this to their attention?
At the last cattle meeting,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
So what was their comment?
There were very few comments, if any, that I recall. And I encouraged them to look at, take it home, read it. Come to me with any changes that they would like to see or any concerns. You know, I haven't really had any input from any of the cattle owners regarding this resolution.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you, David, for all your work you're doing on this. I know you met with the council last week,
I think it was
or
a couple of weeks ago.
about 2 weeks ago. So I just want to remind council that David, his two topics that he also brought before us 2 weeks ago in an executive staff meeting we had. And there he said the same issues, we brought up the same concerns. But again, I just want to say that along with Councilman Jacket and Chairman White Skunk, this has always been passed every single year. As long as I've sat previously in the executive secretary position, it's been passed, and now it's hopefully going to get passed again. But as David said, he reached out to the cattle owners. He tried to get their feedback on it. So, you know, we can only do so much as to get feedback. And there's no feedback, hardly any at all. So, you know, I believe that David did all what he could in his capacity to get that information out. And I just want to let everybody also know, you know, these resolutions, they're available. If submitting your documents requesting for a resolution is granted, you can get a copy of this resolution or past resolutions regarding the restrictions on cattle grazing for whatever year that you're requesting that for. So, if there's no more questions, I'd like to make a motion on passing the restrictions on cattle grazing for the 2026-2027 season.
Okay, what I have is a motion, but I'm going to accept the motion, but I have a former member of the council, Mr. Wing, would you like to address the tribal council?
Yes, I'd like to address the council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you all take your vote or take your motion there. Excuse me, Mr. Stoner. You're in my way. Okay. Excuse me. Good afternoon. I believe it's afternoon. My name is David Swing, former council member of the tribe. I'd like to bring to your attention about this situation, the cattle situation that's been going on for years. There's a little history lesson for some of you that might not have been around or not old enough to remember. Back in the 70s, back in the 50s and 60s, the drought came, Great Depression came. We were a part of that. We had cattle. There was somebody talking and saying to the council and to the people, this is what you need to do. What are we going to do? It was a man like him. The tribe said no. The chairman at that time, he said no. What we do traditionally for our land is can sustain us through this. Once you start thinking like that, man, you lose your identity. As youths, as tribal members, where do you stand when you draw that line? If they drew that line back then, where would we be? And it's been going on and on and on through the years. 70s and 80s, big drop. They didn't say stuff like this, oh, you guys need to go get after these guys, you guys need to do this. They didn't say that. They said, we need to do something. We need to help these guys. And I'm not speaking for other cattle owners. I'm only speaking for the Wings and Mike Cascadia. That's me and my brother. And so, we'll persevere. This year is going to be a hard year. And then the next. But we've always prospered through the years. It's what we do for ourselves and our lands traditionally. Whatever ceremony you sit in. This guy don't. He's not sitting with you guys in your ceremony. He's not sweating with you. He's not in your peyote meetings praying. He's not in the Sundance. He's not allowed. So when you guys start thinking like Mulgaj, we want to Shumai, but true. But Rumai, the way, but wait to Rumai, the new. That's where I stand today. Now we talk about resolutions and Supreme Court. I was in council when that was drafted. We brought it I brought it to the membership. They said you're the ones supposed to protect us from this guy, from people like that. BIA was over there talking. We asked BIA for funding. They got no money. They asked BIA, hey, what about the state money? You got to go to the state. BIA tried. I tried. That's a state line. They're the ones that are supposed to be maintenance in that. The Colorado state border. They told me it's your reservation. Well, give me the funds and I'll take care of it. We got no money. NRCS went so far. I don't think there's enough application between this man and the tribal members with the funding that's out there. All he says is 3 funding sources. He's not doing his job if he's saying 3 funding sources. There are other funding sources that tribal members can use. You guys ever heard of them? So when you talk about a management plan, And you look at our constitution, it says, we're the tribal members, we make up the tribe, not you. You don't make the decisions, we do. You're a guest here. Don't forget that. So, when all the tribe members get together that elected you 7, about a third of them are tribe members, and some of you guys' families are cattle owners. You're stabbing them in the back. But I understand the situation. I've sat there and I've chewed on that same bone that you guys are chewing on today and saying, this resolution, you're forgetting the history behind it. You're forgetting the history of the Ute-Mount tribe. You're forgetting the history, the way we look at that horse, he's a sacred animal. That's what brought us to victory back then. Back in the day, before we became workmates. You're forgetting your identity. We've got pushed to the small corner in Colorado because some of our leaders agreed with a man like this. Where do you stand? My great-grandfather, Chief Ignacio, the founder of this reservation, this tribe, I'm a direct descendant. Didn't think that way. I'm proud to say that. So now, you guys sit here, new council members. This is not a new problem. Like my sister said right there, Catherine, it's an ongoing thing. But when you're not cattle, you don't know. Most cattle owners sit on a horse an hour a year. This guy brings in all kinds of cowboys to take care of them. Throughout the years, we're immune from this. That's Mack's Canyon. That goes back to when they moved us off, a youth pastor, Scott Jacket, took that for ID bulls, moved us off. That was our summer land. That was our summer range. Moved us off in the Mack's Canyon. And so that you guys didn't have to move your cows. So, them wing boys at that time that were in charge said, okay. So are you going to help us now with the fencing roads and managing our cattle? That was the last time. Nothing happened. You guys ever travel that place? You go off the gravel road, you look at that place. That is the worst place to try to make a living. Then you get environmentalists coming in and say, oh, we're going to block this patch off. You can't do this. You can't do that. Over a century we've been in there. Since the founding of this, before the founding of this reservation, that cabin that's in that there, that's our landmark, that's our home site. And it's acknowledged by the United States government. So now, we're looking at this drought, we're looking at the environment, that's something we can't control. So maybe we ought to try to go into our ceremonies and pray a little bit harder. Do something. Instead of looking at us individually and separating us between cattle owners and non-cattle owners. I know the non-cattle owner, he's got other things to say about cattle owners. The tribe has always been there for the cattle owner. The tribe has paid everything, shipping, fixed their roads, administering, whatever it was for the cattle owner throughout all these years. They don't help us. That's why I ask you, get on your pickup, get a truck this afternoon and drive up there. Hit that first bridge and take a left. Go up and see it. Take a look at the road. This guy said he didn't know the road was bad. He's not doing his job. He ain't going in there looking around. when Lake Carmine was here, that man knew about the land, he knew all these things, and he had crossed ways. And he told me one day, nephew, watch out for this guy, because he was the guy here. He's gonna do something to the people. He's gonna do something to our people. You watch them. Do my man. So I said, okay. So throughout the years, I've seen these things happen. And I've seen judgment go down, whether they're right or wrong. However you meticulate that in your mind.
9 delete.
A lot of them is wrong. So when you lose your identity, what the hell is this doing here? Throw it out. Don't call yourself the Ute Mountain Tribe. Because that's where we're headed to. How many of us still speak Ute? I know you do. My sister does. How many of you understand Ute? How many of you know the old ways, the old stories of what came about? We're losing our identity. And a few of us are that was lucky enough to get passed down to us. Should pass it on to our kids. And this campus part of it. Because that's what the government said you will do. You look at all the lush land they got now, and what do we have? Rocks. But we persevere. That's our spirit. That's our willingness not to go silent into the dark, if you will. And if we keep striving, we can exist. Now we talk about this management plan. Where were you all these years when we were saying, hey, we need a management, we need to manage this thing here? I got a good management plan. And I'm willing to sit down with you. But you gotta meet me halfway. Instead of sitting over there and bullshitting to everybody else and driving around and saying, this is what I see. That's not what we do. Because what you're saying is going to convince somebody to hurt the rest of my people, and I won't stand for it. We won't stand for it as a tribe. Like I said, you're against here. So, before you make that decision, it's going to hurt a lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of voters. And if you're looking for a political future, that's not the way to go. I think that some of you guys lost my support. I think that, it's a good thing that we're aware of the situation. And you can tell the tribal camp and tribal members that you're blue in the face, this is what you're going to do until they say this is what we're going to do. It's not going to happen. Then you start forcing your weight, you're going to get friction back. And that's the one thing when they say you walk delicately through tulips. Because what you're stepping on is someone's livelihood. And when you talk about Marcus Canyon, what's the word? What is the word I'm looking for? What is the thing about that land that people always talk about? I know Park Service did that. They talk about ruins. And then I tell them the same thing. The Bruins have been there for 25,000 years. Even more. Then they talk about, this plant that we're building. Then they come up and fence off little areas. Because I didn't hear any of that talk about were talking about that from my brother. Your resolution draft, so the Swiss cheese got so many holes in there. And so throughout the year, it's able to sustain itself. It's happened to us 4 times. It's not the first time the tribal council and somebody like this said, hey, we wanna take somebody's handle. They didn't take the tribal members, they take their cars. Started a youth pastor. They took all our horses and our cattle. Mason Bird came in, took hundreds of head. The white man that was with them, Bruce Tozier, got rich. No calves were taken to sell. He just enriched himself. Art Fox and those guys, nobody said nothing. Nobody lent a hand. Then I came and I asked, I said, hey, we need some roads, we need some fences, we need to expose these guys. Kingsburg told the same thing. We still follow state laws. You fence my cows out. State law. They took them, stole them. We asked for help. Tribe said no, then the tribe comes in and takes our horses. Then a couple of years back, Manuel Hart chairman said, we're going to help you, Davis. We're going to bring in some cowboys. We're going to do this, a management plan. Rounded up 40-something head of my cows. Then he turned around and he said, oh, it belongs to the tribe. Then he took it. He stole it. He stole our money. And nobody did nothing about it. Same thing you guys are talking about. So what do? You're talking about range wars, you know, these things happen. And so now we're talking about this again, every year. And every year, the same thing. Tribal members, you think about them first. Without them, you wouldn't be sitting there. Without them, this wouldn't be called a tribe. No matter what tribe you come from, if you're half this or half that, you're an enrolled member here. Remember that. Your job is to protect the people. You took an oath. Remember that oath? What it said? Protect the people. It's nothing new. You can't just chuck it down as business either. Because you're still a member of this small tribe of 3,000. And that's all we are. So, if the tribal member wants the management plan and doing all this, and and he's not going to pay the tribe 1 damn red cent. He never had to. Why is he going to do it now? So, sit down. We can talk about gathering some of my cows. But you're not selling me out. I'm not selling us out. Me and my brothers, you hear me?
David,
And you
address,
know what? I'm so fired up.
address us. Don't address the staff.
He's the
Address
one bringing
us.
it. And
Address
when you
us.
guys didn't talk about it until he started talking about it.
We've talked about this for
And
the
so,
longest
this
time.
is the thing that we've come down to. I appreciate you allowing me this time. But, Stoner, you're going to have to, I'm going to give you some advice. I don't know if you can take it or not, you take it the way it is. You want to get more input. What you should be doing is going to everybody's house, knocking on their door, and saying, hey, you know what? What can we do? What can I do? Because you're the liaison to these guys, the council. And you should have done that. You should be doing it. Personally, that's what it's gonna take. Then you get somebody who's gonna talk to you. It's gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while for this guy to get with all the people. And you guys can talk to whoever you wanna talk to, cattle owners. And like I said, you're gonna get the feedback around election time. People don't forget. Might get a new set of council members in here. And they're gonna undo everything you did. So where's the progress there? And so, I think that's what it boils down to. Man to man, eye to eye. Instead of talking over there, and then come talk to these guys and hiding over here. Because that's how it was back in the day, the man that sat in their position. He came to you and he said, hey, what can we do? I want you to go up Memphis Canyon when you have time, Stoner, this week. And try to drive up Butte Canyon, Navajo Canyon. Try to drive up Grassy Canyon. Try to get into Johnson Canyon, Soda Canyon. You can walk in there, see what it's like. Take a lot of water, do what you walk on. And so if you guys want to, I encourage you. I encourage you guys to not just go to where you know. Go someplace else. Look at something else. Do another place. Look at another place. It's hard. For us, it's hard living. It's hard living. We don't go to sell. And I wish we could. Once a year. It's hard on our bodies. We sit in the saddle every day. It's hard on our kidneys. Hard on our head. Everybody else sits at home. My dad went through that. My grandfather, his father, till he got the chief of national. Yeah, we had cows, sheep with his father. And that's where we come from. And then it sprawled out to what we have today. And the membership is why we exist today. Don't.
Okay, I want to show you guys a picture, council, of what we go through. Okay, come on, I'll show you guys. This is how we get cattle out because Mr. Resource Director's not putting a road up there. We got no help from the Ute Mountain Tribe. Look at that. This is how we get cows out. There's no road.
It's went dark.
And so, that's fine. I think
Is that supposed to be Chairman? We got no way to get access.
So
to that
before
trail.
you make
Just
your
the road there.
decision,
You know it.
take that into mind.
I drove it there.
This is how we're doing it now. There's three director won't get the roads up there for us to
We're driving
manage our cattle.
foot into those ditches. We're pulling them out. We're walking cattle down 2 days, 5 miles by hand, wild cows. No. You go look at our equipment, it's tore to hell. And we've got fixed it, nothing. The tribe helped us once, gave us a Ford truck for a week. And so, it's gonna affect us all. And if we can, and then, like I said, it's gonna take time. You need to go talk to the tribal members. And go to their homes. Bring them some coffee or something. That's how to handle things traditionally. I think, we have 2 different flavors here. And we need to combine, we need to sit down and we need to come and be more respectful to the tribal member and go to his house, like I said. Sit down and talk with him. And I don't know how long it's gonna take, and maybe we'll have a different outcome. That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. So with that, that is my my say-so, guys, and I because
So-
you can get this.
So what's happening and what you just explained is the second topic of
Yeah,
his resolution. This first resolution is the overall grazing on the Ute Mountain Reservation and its tribal ranches. The second topic is going to be the Mancos Canyon area. So at this time, the council is going to address the first resolution.
so what is with the Mancos Canyon resolution?
That's what we will talk about after we have the action on this first resolution. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
So, that's what I had to say, and we'll wait, I guess we'll have to wait for a second.
All right. Thank you. Members of council, there has been a motion with this first resolution, and the motion was by Secretary House. Do we have a second on this resolution? That is the overall grazing on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation, and as well as its stipulation for the cattle owners to have a management plan, also the roundup of the trespassing cattle that has been identified or will be identified in the implementation of this resolution. You know, there's a lot to be said, as he said, history on this, and the involvement of the agencies, whatever agencies out there, to help the tribe. I've been in this for 22 years, and I've heard everything that has come before us, and I've met his father. I met with him, and I met with the late Ernest House in that canyon when we had disputes, when we had concerns that arise from this cattle operation. I sat at the end. The late Carl Knight sat at this middle. The late Arthur Cuthier sat here. The late Chairman House sat here. The late Eddie Dutchy Jr. sat here. Councilman Rudy Hammond sat second to the last. And the last individual that sat at that seat there was the late Benjamin Pavasuk, who gave us the authority to go and meet with their father in the canyon. We went in there, but that's another story that in itself, as to what he had foreseen, as to what was coming down with that, as he said, gentleman's agreement in the canyon between the chairman, the vice chairman, and Mr. Wing. Having that conversation in there, because a lot of things were being tossed around, a lot of, you don't belong here, you belong out there, this is your land, this is, and we had to go in there and talk to him. And he told us what was going to happen. We listened to him. Mr. Knight didn't want to go in there. He said, Becca Rubba, I'm just going to, you guys. Same thing with Mr. Cuthier. We were struggling over here on this side with the White Mesa Cattle Company as well. He was addressing that, Mr. Dutchy. So we had a conversation. In that conversation, he was always said that this was going to happen and this is what I'm going to do. But this is what my sons are going to be faced with. I can stand here, as he said, and say what I feel is needed to be done, and you guys respectfully come and meet with us, meet with me here as the headsman of the Wing family. That's when he was still walking. That's when he still could get around smoking a cigarette in his truck. Met us up there. The fact of the matter, he seen things and he knew and acknowledged where we were going with this and what the responsibility we had, as well as the responsibility of the federal government, who are wards of this reservation. They have as well regulations. We take it historically. We look at the Navajo capturing of the animals that were unregulated, were grazing. The federal government came in, exercised its authority, and confiscated all of their cattle. The tribe didn't have a say, even though they as well argued against it, fought against it, but as wards of the government took action because of the grazing that was depleting the resources within the Navajo Nation. And we always thought about that as we sat here, is when is it that the government's going to come in and saying that we're not utilizing best practices, we aren't being stewards of the land, that they're going to come and do this to us? As he said, we're such a small tribe. But the fact of the matter, members of council, it goes way back, as I said. When I first stepped foot on the council chamber, in this chamber in 1997, knowing the history, as he says, the history, where certain individuals raised their animals, whether it was sheep, horse, or cows. And we still practice that. Families still practice that. Those families that still have animals. It's a notion of us paying respect to those traditional families or to that family in a sense that Jaga, the whoop, belongs to everybody. Bamanani, it belongs to us. Kasukwatsup. People don't own the land. Not one tribal member has a deed to this Ute Mountain Reservation. Not one. So it's all of ours to utilize. And the responsibility that we have through the conversation and through the departments, through many agencies. Yes, he didn't mention a lot of agencies that have continued to support us in what we're trying to do to preserve and to eradicate some of the plants that are out there that's advantageous to us. So we understand that. And what he's brought at this first time right now is the overall projection of how he's going to manage the land for the Ute Mountain Ute tribal membership, including the cattle operators. So I say to each and every one of you members of the council, you have that responsibility. You understand it. This document here tells us about our responsibility, our roles and responsibilities. And we carry it out to the best of our ability to ensure that everyone is treated equally and fairly. We don't have that singularity of set people. Once we get in here, this is what I've learned from Mr. House, is how to delegate and how to be that leader of this tribe. And do it with the members of the council. And they as well need to understand their roles and responsibilities to ensure that the well-being of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe is adhered to and that they're protected. but there's also a policy that also tells us that we have to govern in a way that the future can survive with the actions that we take, the decisions that we have to make. Times have changed. Times are going to change. They're going to continue to change. But the land is suffering at this time. And it's going to be beyond our lifetime that it's still going to be in the same situation. So, members of council, what I have here is a motion on the floor by the secretary for this first resolution that is before us. Is there a second? I have a second from Vice Chairperson Clancy. Discussion, council. Ms. Jacket.
Well, I just want to say, you know, for myself, no, first of all, I'd like to thank you guys for coming in, you know, and say what you have to say. We're my county, you know, to be separate, you know, we all, sometimes we didn't, but they didn't help open equal opening, especially when it comes to cattle or business. Sometimes we get, you know, you know, we don't get that help. And it's always been that way too. So we have to always try to fight for our rights, speak for ourselves, stand up for ourselves. Sometimes that don't go too far. Sometimes you get cut off. So what you're saying is to be separate. You know, I myself, we got, you know, my brother, my sisters, you know, we all grew up in that Max Creek Canyon. You know, our grandparents, you know, you know, I look at it, you know, today, I look at that place, not just Max Creek Canyon, but all over, it's all depleted, Manoctus, you know, everything. Kapusap, you know, Mawai, you know, Niwa, you know, Tu at Mawiswa, you know, we're struggling off today. It's drying out, you know. Boop achranche, the Tibupa, boop achni, and it's changing. You know, Manoctus pollution, Ba Manoctus Ninavichi off today. We threw us in Puramontawi. Grandfather, grandmother, my cabache, vatu, uratne mausvat re manifto, my cabache. Ruta miga runikan yam ru, we heard it. Rochkachuk am nikan, we have no clue. Abra, we're here at this point. You know, Haniak Rabani, make Raabe. We're lost because we didn't protect what was here for us. We didn't listen. We didn't kanwa we kaguche we togoche we maikani ro. You know, upanira afra vara maris aftikawe. We're not this right. You know, we're struggling. Panakar re soup and you know panakar kan mawishu it's no more the winter because we didn't think about those things. We only think not to buy new troop and it's smart, right? We only think of today. But Rusa, Mava for the month of years to come, Katra Ubata and Achtum Kasmaikaru, you know. They only think of today, tomorrow, yeah. You know, we run into problems and we suffer, you know, we struggle with it, you know. And a good example is the Panaka, it's what happened. we chibat na kore wa sunod o it's kumba to sumai wa poop panakarurutigay o kabakaruyanakay. Didn't think like that. Didn't think about the future. You know, we're really struggling with it. So, you know, I'm looking at for the best interest of Murnuk from the youngest to the oldest. That's where I'm at today. What's better? You know, and it's good to have an input from the people, especially when you're going to develop Pusapai. We need to have a feedback from tribal members and, you know, how do they feel? You know, just like this, resolution, yeah. They did really out the cattle owners here, or not just only cattle owners, but members. They should all have an input in bush. We should have all input in it. We which in said, but sometimes go knew what they said. So it falls back on us, no me. Is it gonna be Marissa? Make a random, you know, Mamusam council. Suma, we saw it today, Matt. My Sarune, David, you know, Stoner, he's doing what he has to do, right? Punike Kuro. But sometimes we have to say, hey, Nika, you know, listen to us, hear us out. You know, we have to say that too. We have to stand up for our rights. We have to express our thoughts and what is best for us as a tribe. But they don't do that. Until last minute something happens. Hey, so we have to be one step ahead of them. You know, Russia, what they were gonna run into it. You know. Now, I always say that, you know, to my families, my kids, be one step ahead, you know. Don't let me correct you. Then I'm going to remind you, hey, Nick, only you know. So that's how it works too, you know, overall, that you know. Rather than be reasonable and trying to come up with the best solution, all we do is go again, you know, instead of sitting down and say, looking at the future, right? How about only how about the we do what your grandkids and because we were put here by the government. We were forced to be here. So as Nuji, as a member, we need to protect our Tiwupua, you know, in every way we can, protect it. Race, you know. So it's not just about the land, but it's about the people too, how we live here. You know, I have to think about that too. Think about our people, grandkids, and so I just want to say that, you know, on this resolution, you know, which which you know, about the cattle owners, you know, each up just in. And they need to listen and practice it too, you know, be one step ahead, you know, but sometimes that don't happen, you know. Sometimes we wait for somebody to do it for us. We can't do that. We have to step forward and be responsible for, you know, what's put on the table, what's best for us too, yeah. Make it know. The way I you know, so my comment.
Okay.
Tự ai ạc, cũng như kệ ngầm. Mình nuôi nữ là bơm rồi. Nữ là bè tạ. Bè gà bơm ngoài. Nữ là tụ bơm rồi mà. Mà chụp của bài á. Mà bà đi. Mà picture show. Cái em mà rồi bơ. Mà nó đất. Út nụ rồi chụp của bài. Ta mụ nị bà chồng. Tư ta mụ nị bà chồng. Bách chứ chứ của bà. Mà rồi. Nữ là cô mô ôn nị nào. Một chút snit của mày. Brand again, urut pamanoktas urutane. Utneme urutane, chuchwe kavaga mes na etchige kutu osaga. Ya urup chuchwe. Duno what to bupa at my sane, need onchiga one of the do I right, do I pagavich, sweetest, do stock pagavich, power pagavich, ava ruska ewa. Wamanik, put my soup good cacavane, but you book. Would no one brought would my mine and do I that dollars mint towards you soup good the moon like a soup van knitting. As uranivane, so my cabbage to over to far. What the day, so my cabbage, my towards you, kabucha, and Nivani Mook soup go. Wouldn't know my side do by I the sutra my one. Do I the child my week put it down in Nuga. No wet work nigga. Do one go back. Then we just stick down and we just nippugat. Not garuga. To which Udra no back home. Should to go but to oop up right there. Do I the child? Mike's up and was no name to whip it's the my gabbage. We knew when me are right and no. The moot nip the child, more running soup go, the moot nip the chip, mother to whip with Jake to moot nip the just food over right, new chicken. What is the gabbage? Good minute. That's again the what to go. When I get new Chibane, put it down in Mega Heck. Not even new to no right. Would could change about right. Because of my garbage, to go, but a mother around to Bupa. And we know what to Bupa right. Take care. Put it out what job. Beams to the job. What was on the side?
Okay, thank you. So, we have a motion and we have a second. We have the discussion. I am going to go to an individual roll call vote of the tribal council for this first resolution that is being presented, and it's the 2026-2027 grazing on the Ute Mountain Ute Reservation. I am going to start on my right, Secretary House.
There was no second. Who said, oh, you did?
Council or Vice Chairman Cansey.
Yes.
Councilwoman Jacket.
Yeah.
Treasurer Jacket.
Yes.
I have a consensus of the tribal council. It unanimously passes with a vote of 5-4-0. Resolution passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The second one is one that we as well briefly discussed in our council executive staff meeting. This was a discussion that is going to be and we would like to as well in this discussion, and I was hoping that we could at least table this at that time when we set the agenda. At the meeting yesterday, it was discussed as to what you were bringing forth to the tribal council today. And it was recommended that the tribal council would take this matter into executive session at a council meeting because of the impacts that it's going to have for the Wing family particularly. So the discussion between the four of us at a degree, Vice Chairman had to go off and attend to her personal matter. It was recommended, it was only a recommendation, that in order to have true dialogue and a consensus, a true consensus by the tribal council, that all 6 members, including me, 7, have the discussion with the family before any action was going to be taken on this particular matter with the Mancos Canyon. That we would have the cattle liaison of the tribal council be here in this discussion, to have Councilman Turtle as well. And as we have today, we have 4 council members, including myself, the chairman of the tribe. Is it still in questioning the present council to table this for the entire 7-member council present? Secretary House.
I agree. I think that all 7 should be present just because of the nature of the conversation. I do appreciate Dave Stoner for bringing this all to us 2 weeks ago as we discussed, but bringing it back up when the 7 members are here and doing it in executive session would be my recommendation and comment.
Vice Chairman Cansey.
I agree to table this due to the nature of it and the sensitivity that it would bring forth, especially for the Wing family. So taking their best interest in heart, I would like all parties that are involved and that do have an input in this, and also a full quorum of tribal council to be present at an executive session to discuss this. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jacket.
I'm gonna agree. I think we should have our input from the other council. The table it till further notice, until we can find a time and discuss it.
Treasurer Jacket.
Chairman Council, I also agree to.
Okay, I have a consensus of the council at this current time to table this discussion that is pertaining to the Mancos Canyon grazing resolution. In doing that, Mr. Stoner, I would encourage you to have that meeting with the brothers and the family as to what you're proposing. And also, I would really encourage you as well to inform and get the letters that have been developed by the other departments, either in support or of not supporting what is going to be presented, and give it to the brothers so that, and the sisters, to understand where this is going, and really have that discussion, the pros and cons as to the impact that it's going to have. And you know that the position I have on this, but I can't have that decision or make that a yay or nay on the matter. But as the chairman of the tribe, I will also as well join you in the conversation that you have with the brothers so that we understand. And I will as well have that discussion with the departments that have sent letters of support as well. It is my responsibility to ensure that the protection and the well-being of the Ute Mountain Ute people are protected and are represented in a way that doesn't offend or bring any harm to them. So, Mr. Stoner, if it is acceptable to the Wing family to have this tabled at this time until we have a full quorum and a date that we can have this discussion and an approval from them or a disapproval, I would appreciate an acceptance.
Mr. Chairman. We'll take 1 minute to get a full quorum.
Okay?
We'll have, full consensus of the tribe and also
And I want this conversation to be brought up on the 12th of May for the next council meeting. I want all documents and all conversations recorded. I also would like to have that conversation on the 4th of May in executive staff session in the afternoon session amongst the parties. In the meantime, work with the Wing family as to set your meeting with them, but the overall council, I want on the 4th to have our discussion as well. And it's going to be open as well to your family as to what our discussion is going to be. Okay? I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be open to, but it's going to be decided upon by the members of the council. So, members of council, be open to the conversation that is taking place. Again, this is very controversial. It has been controversial from the time I became a council person since 1997. And those issues, and we may find an alternate solution to the problem that we're addressing. If it is a problem, which again, you look at it twofold. It may be of concern, the degradation of the lands that are in that. We'll take into account what the park is saying. We'll take into account what the environmental department is saying. We'll take into account what the natural resources department is saying. We'll take into account what the tribal membership is saying. But we're also, and more importantly, going to take into account the impacts that is going to occur to the livelihood and to the historic significance to that land that you are caretaking, if that's acceptable. Okay?
Chairman.
Thank you.
I want to say, David, and be sure put in that management plan with the wings here that really need to be implemented in it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. I think that's the correct decision. I certainly respect the words of David Swain, and, you know, I had the privilege of meeting Teddy yesterday afternoon, and I understand the challenges up there, I really do. And it is, most of those areas, there are no roads. And if there is a road, it's in bad shape. And I will try to throw what resources we can at it. We have a limited budget. We'll do what we can. I do appreciate the challenge. It's a very rough and remote and hard country.
The last parting comment I'm going to make, I want to thank you, Councilman Wing, for the encouragement and the conversation you had and reminding us of who we are and our roles and responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate that opinion.
I'll say one last thing before we break, or I'm gonna get going next. Hopefully, we can see eye to eye, and a positive thing comes out of this. Don't get me wrong, guys, council members, don't get me wrong, when, you know, I come in with, and I was, pretty fired up, because we've always been pushed in the corner. But for years, we've been asking some kind of relief. And throughout the years, the tribe has always left us daily. So late Ernest House told me and said that, I don't know where it's at. He wrote a letter and he said that these resolutions don't pertain to you. Everybody else must take care of it, but you, we all know that. And so this was years when my dad was still around back in the late 80s and 90s. And then so, you know, any canal and managing it is welcome. You know, it's gotta be a positive thing because, you know, we've exhausted everything that we've got. I and my brother. You know, and so there wasn't one man that any kind of help we ever got, we paid for. All the cowboys through the years that come through there, we paid for managing the cattle and the horses. It came out of our pockets, hundreds of thousands of dollars, whatever it was. We managed an area with the fences that we broke. The last straw was a manual trying to, he swindled us. Our cattle trucks got repoed. And he got fat on the other side. And I don't know if I want to trust you guys, that's the other part of that.
Well, leave that open as well.
You know, that's the other thing.
It's a two-way street.
You know, and I'm like, you know, we've been screwed too many times. You know, just go up and, like I said, go up there and look at the fence, the roads, the corral. Get off and walk. Take some water, look at the area, look at the vegetation under the tamarack. It's still green.
Not but
You're not gonna know until you see it yourself.
Very sweet with your outline up there.
We got a lot of bears.
the nurse Quibat. The nurse wait. The nurse Quibat.
You know, being fired up and coming, it's gonna be something positive's gonna come out of this. And maybe, you know, this might seem and trust. Like I said, tribal council is going to trust. Nobody trusts tribal council. That's always been.
Don't rub it in, man. Don't rub it in, okay?
I'm not
Thank
gonna
you.
use the word,
Thank you.
so I'll say about it. I'll see about it.
We're gonna come to a compromise. Okay, members of council, and we got,
Thank you.
yeah, let's have, Miss Superintendent, you got visitors. You're, come on up, Chief Yazzie or Benali, please come on up. I was thinking about my brother Daryl. Come on up, and, Mr. Chief Benali, please introduce.
Change at our district level, getting a new special agent in charge. You very well know myself and we're here. We just got a couple updates and the introduction.
Very well.
Well, good afternoon, Chairman and Council. It's good to meet you. My name is Louis Portra.
I'm the new special agent in charge for the District 4 office for the BIA Office of Justice Services. The person that was in my position previously was Brenda Gonzalez. She retired last year, so she's been gone a few months now, and I just started my position 2 weeks ago. So this is my start of my 3rd week in the district. I come to this position with nearly 24 years of experience with BIA OJS spread out throughout the country as well as this district in this area. I used to be the Assistant Special Agent in charge in Albuquerque, and I did oversee UMount Youth Agency for a number of years back in 2015 through 2018. So I do have some understanding about the community and some of the problems that we face here at the agency. So immediately when I took on this new role, I made some changes. Gwendolyn Smith was your Assistant Special Agent in charge that was working and overseeing the Chief of Police here at the UMount Agency and our corrections program. The new change effective 2 weeks ago is Travis LeBeau is now the Assistant Special Agent in charge over Chief Benally. So Travis is Lyle's supervisor and I'm Travis's supervisor just for the structure. As we move forward into my tenure here as the SAP for the District 4 office, we plan to change things. We have a big responsibility with public safety throughout our district, throughout our country, to all of our tribes, to all of our pueblos, to all of our nations. I've challenged my staff already in the first 2 weeks to do better than we did yesterday. I'm putting a lot of pressure on Chief Benally, ASAC LeBeau, and Bianca Kai, our correctional program officer, to make our agency better. We need to improve our public safety and our services that we provide here at UMountain and at White Mesa. We've made some strategic changes already, and I'm hoping that those will start to show the results here in the very near future. One of my big things that I want to implement with your community is open communication. I want you to know what we're doing. I want you to understand the work that Chief and his team are implementing here in the community. I want you to be apprised of changes that are happening. I think that's important as part of our government-to-government relationship. But to me, those things are very easy. But I know it's difficult. I know in the past, people have said they're going to communicate, and they never did. I know in the past, we said we were going to give stats, statistical data about what we're doing in our organization, and we didn't. We're going to do that now. Chief came to Albuquerque last week. I called him in so we can have a heart-to-heart conversation, him and his counterparts. I have 4 chiefs of police that we oversee throughout the district. They have a new level of expectation and they're implementing things as we speak. They're changing. They're gonna become more progressive with their communities. Their level of expectation for me is elevated. We're gonna start doing what's called a crime prevention plans here in the community. And those are important to you. They should be important to you. If you've never heard of that, what that is us doing data analysis here in the community to find out which crimes are more prevalent than others. That's important information for you as the council, for you as the leaders of the community. It's important information for us so we know how to manage and how do we combat crime. Crime prevention plans take a lot of collaboration. They take a lot of internal community services involvement. Takes the tribal courts, CFR courts, social services, child programs, schools, takes all of them. That's going to be our first major push that we're going to do, and we're going to deliver that plan to you so you can see what it is. We're going to do an analysis of the crime that's happened. We're going to start from January. We're going to use our second quarter. We operate on a fiscal year cycle, so it'll be January, February, and March. We're going to do an analysis of those 3 months data. We'll build our crime prevention plan on it, and we'll bring it to you so you can see it. Then following that, each month afterward, we should be able to do another analysis where we can start to see changes in the types of calls for service or the types of crimes that are occurring on the reservation, with the whole goal of reducing. And it's a heavy lift. Chief's been struggling with staffing here. That's probably our number one problem that we have. It's not an excuse. Can't be our excuse because it's, at the end of the day, we're required to be here to deliver public safety. So what I'm going to be doing behind the scenes, working along with ASAC LeBeau and the rest of our team, is we're pushing every opportunity to hire at full speed. Anytime we get what's called a certification list, that's a roster of names of people who qualify for a job, we're doing job interviews immediately. We're calling, we're scheduling things, we're getting our information put back to the Human Resource Office immediately. Now, Chief already experienced this. The other day, he got a certification list for White Mesa. We had a group of applicants that applied. Is it 3, Chief? 3 applicants we had. And he made a selection in the same day. After he did his interviews, he made a selection. Doesn't help us today. But we did make a selection. So now that officer, that person, that tentative hire has got to go through their background investigation. They're already certified, which helps us. So it's a little more expedient when we get them on board. All we have to do is get them their Indian country jurisdiction, which is a 2-week program, and then they're ready to go. We're also pushing here in the very near future, our HR office to announce our supervisory police officer position. That should be on the USA Jobs webpage before too long, so we can get it announced and hopefully get qualified applicants so we can make some changes fast. We need that leadership on the ground. We need to give Chief Benally some support. Now, why are we in that position? Why are we so short-staffed? Over the past year, everybody's aware we went through a new administration change in the government. During that administration change, hiring got stopped, slowed, deferred, and now we're seeing the ramifications of that today. A year later, the effects of that are still here. So every week, we have a call with Human Resources now. Every week, pushing them to get our job announcements online so we can start recruiting. Now, that's on us. But where we ask for support is, we would like to see if the tribe could promote those job announcements and vacancies on your social media pages, your internal systems. That way we can expand our recruitment. We want tribal members to join. There's a lot of criteria for that, but we have a lot of vacancies as well. We have detention officers, we have supervisors, we have dispatchers, police officers that we need. There's a wide variety of opportunity for people to get jobs. On our side, the problem is getting them on USA Jobs and getting them announced. But we're going to keep pushing for that. And we'll keep you updated on that, and Chief will deliver that information to you when they're live online. And I wanted to provide you a website for you to look at so you can see all of our vacancies in OJS. If you go to our BIA.gov website /careers, it will let you see all of the job announcements that are available currently throughout OJS. It's simpler, so you don't have to go through USA Jobs and actually do the filtering searches. Also, as we progress, we should start letting you know about the details, the officers that are coming in from other communities, and when we send out our officers to other communities. Last week, we were required to send a special agent to Wyoming to go help out another reservation. That special agent is gone for 28 days. I think now we're down to 24 days. And then we have a detail officer in still helping us from Southern Pueblo's agency out in Albuquerque. So we're still trying to mitigate some of those problems. We have an officer that's in the police academy right now. Graduation date, August. So we still got some time. I want to extend an open invitation. If the council chairman, if you ever want to go to one of our graduations when we have a local officer graduating, the invitation stands open. We welcome you to come down and see that. We also welcome expanded collaboration with your COPS grant. We want to help you with that as well. We want to push and make sure that we have those positions filled at all times where we can. Chief's been engaged with the local sheriff's office. He's been reaching out to the local college where they're doing the police training, trying to identify people that are not sponsored for their police academies to see if they need a job. So he's going to be reaching out to collaborate with you a little bit more on that, because we can't neglect that either. We want to make sure we get those positions filled. And I know previously we used to be able to, that contract used to allow for maybe 4 or 5 officers. I don't know what the dynamic of it is now, but we'd like to help. So I have a high level of expectation for my staff. I want to make sure that they're visible in your community. I want to make sure we're keeping the crime levels down, and I want us to be a partner. I want us to be engaged, and I want us to be accountable to you. So when you need us, and when you want me here, you let me know and I'll come on in. When things aren't going the way that you would expect, if you can't accomplish it through the chief, Travis LeBeau is the next person. He comes with a lot of experience, and he actually overseen this agency before, so he's well versed in it. I know I'm saying a lot of things about what we're going to do. I want you to hold me accountable to it. I want you to hold my team accountable to it. That's what we're here for. It's our job. I come with a totally different mindset than most people. I've been out meeting with the Pueblo governors this past 2 weeks, and they tell me the same thing. Lewis, you have high hopes and expectations. I hope you can deliver, and I do too. We're going to push. I told them the old way's not working. So we're going to change things, and we're going to push. So you should start being more engaged with us and start to be in the know a little bit more with us as well. And where you want to know things, let us know. I'm all about sharing the information, the whys. I know there's a lot of things in the past. Can't do anything about those. But we can try to improve the service going forward. With that, I want to pass the mic over to Travis to give you an introduction as well, so he can let you know what his intentions are with you. Travis.
Chairman, Councilman, thank you for allowing us to come up. One of my enjoyable times at the district office. It was challenging though, as when I oversaw the amount of meetings during COVID. And I was out there quite a bit, and that was a scary time. But Officer Lieutenant Key was probably the only officer back then who played that role many times. So it's an honor to be back up here with her. A lot of respect for her because she's been so long, sometimes through a lot of challenging times. So don't want to keep you too long, but I know community policing, that closeness to the community, those activities is one of the things I enjoy and I expect of all our officers when we're out there participating. So that's going to be on the thing, but also community safety. And Chief Benally's done a great job in a short time here, and we're just going to get better. So I look forward to working with you all. And also, if you're ever in Albuquerque, stop by our office. There's always open doors. We'll make time for you. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thank you for giving us a little bit of time throughout your day. I know you guys are busy. But yeah, my doors are always open. Try to communicate through each and every one of you. I know it can be difficult sometimes when you all schedule. And sometimes you guys are just out running about. But again, my door's always open. You can always call me. Chairman has my number. I know a couple of do have my number. If you ever just need anything, give me a call. Work it out. Can't work it out through the rest of the chain of command and continue on that way. Like FAC said, I know some things happened in the past. Can't change that now. Anything I can work on now in the future, which we are trying to address a lot of, not trying, we are addressing a lot of the issues that are popping up now. Lieutenant Key and myself spent a lot of time in the office trying to get candidates to apply. It's been tough. Everybody's in the same boat, but we're still out there doing what we need to do in that regard. I know the other complaint everybody has is our officer not here or not there and trying to go in, sometime at that. We again try to address that with what the SAC said about the stats, kind of where everything lines up and address our schedule in that fashion. There are some flyers throughout the day, throughout the week where, it's just one guy on. And I go out there and handle whatever calls need to be handled or help in whichever way I can. And he does as well. So again, if you guys have any questions or anything like that, go ahead and don't hesitate and contact me.
Well, I really appreciate that. And before I say anything, I would like to introduce my tribal council. We have two that are not here that are on detail in Muscalero for the COLT conference that they're assigned to. So I'm -2, but I'd like to start with my right side of the tribal council. She'll introduce you who she is, what title she holds, and then we'll conclude with our Zoom participant of the tribal council. So please.
Hello, thank you for that. My name is Marilyn House, and I'm the Ute Mountain Ute Tribal Council. I hold the secretary position on the council. I'm so glad that you are here and you brought those concerns up. I'm so glad also that there's responsibility on both ends to make this work. That's what we need, and I look forward to all these changes that's going to happen, and I look forward to working with all of you. Just a heads up, law enforcement meeting. May 6th is going to be our law enforcement meeting. I welcome all of you to come, but whoever is available, we're welcome to that. Also, I'm glad that you have our community in your best interest. As you know, our community suffered a lot, especially with, recent incidents with gun violence. And, we want to make sure that doesn't ever happen again. So thank you again. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome. My name is Gwen Cansey. I'm the vice chair and the White Mesa representative for the tribal council. I have to say you're a breath of fresh air. I liked hearing what you said and the way that you seem to be so positive in addressing all these shortfalls that we have. And that's one thing that I always wanted to encourage is the law enforcement involvement within the community, to build that rapport with our community and our tribal members so that when they see an officer coming, it's not a threat, it's a welcome, and there's a big difference, and it's hard to change mindsets that have been there for so long, but you can do it. You're here to protect and to serve, and I hope you guys take that all literally, because that it would be so good. In White Mesa, where I live, we have such a hard time getting law enforcement over there. So, that's one of the areas that I would really like to see some more progress on. And, if you ever have a chance to sit down, talk to me, I'd be glad to do that, as well as my other tribal council members. We're open to anything that will benefit this tribal membership. So thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Jacket.
Okay, Tokoya Salvan. I just want to say welcome, and your plan is so positive, very it brings that hope to this community that we've been really lost with it. We've been in it's been a very dramatic community with all the things that took place here, and we suffered, So it takes two to tango, My concern is culture sensitivity is really important, like for the officers to understand what kind of community they're working in, that's really important. And also, we would like to have our officers, we want to see, just like Councilman Kensey mentioned, we like to see our community feel safe, especially when the officers out there, to confront them or to contact officers and reach out to them without a fear. A lot of times, that's what our community has experienced. The previous officers, there's a lot of fear that was brought upon our community. And I like to see that where, I want the community to feel safe and, and make that contact, when they see officers. I like to see the officers more involved in our community too, especially activities, We had, many, many years ago, we had officers coming from Cortez that came in and we did some presentation and they were involved in it. They wanted to know the community and they make that awareness that they're here to, to protect the community too. That's what we're really lacking here. So thank you for that presentation and I hope that it really comes reality, I know it takes time to get there, but if we kept chipping at it, it's gonna become reality. Thank you.
Treasure Jacket, thank you, welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for coming and thank you for taking interest with us being posted here. I'd like to get an update on the building. As you heard, our AC went out last year. The heating went out. Has that been addressed?
Yes, so right now, we were coordinated with the agency superintendent, Dr. Chief on getting a mechanical engineer in to do a walkthrough assessment of the building to address all of the issues that are going on right now. Currently, we're at 30 years with the building, and there hasn't been an upgrade on any of the systems in quite some time. So a lot of it's at the end of the life expectancy of the equipment that's in there. So that's why we're having the engineer come on in, do his assessment, and give us a report at the end of it. That way we can start addressing the major concerns the major issues that needs to get done right away, and then kind of falling in back onto the less severe stuff. So it is in the works. It's just taking some time to get more next to get that started.
And typically, correction program officer got out of here. This week she's in some mandatory training, but she'll be coming up as a team as well to update on that. Because there was a oversight change in the correction division as well. So she's really integrated and overseeing the correction side, and she's been working hand in hand with the superintendent, facilities, the regional office, and there's some updates I think she can provide on that. So we'll probably come up during the May 6th law enforcement training.
Okay. And then if you can find a way for dispatching to be more clear that the answer to calls. I just had some concerns from trial members that said when I call there, I get sent the voicemail or it's nobody answers. And I know that these lines, as you said with the building, they're all older. They need to be upgraded. Maybe that's something you can work on. Get us into that era where membership has confidence they can call and that their calls will be answered. And then Minkus Canyon, that's a dead zone for cell phone usage. And talking with our energy and our terror compliance officer, there's a lot of people taking that way, especially bikers. And I just like to put that out there. I know our BIA officers they're very limited in what they can do, but just to put that out there, we're having a lot more people exploring that road because on Google Maps it's coming up as an option for them to go through. So just something, because it's going to get hot and you got somebody who's never been there and they ran out of gas or their electric car goes out and they're walking and try to get back. So on behalf of the tribe, let's say thank you. Thank you what you guys are doing. I know you guys go through a thankless job, but we need you guys and any support we can have, definitely very much welcome. So Chairman, Council, those are my comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Treasurer Jacket. I guess, I welcome you. I welcome you, Mr. LeBeau, Director, to the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and to its membership. It's invigorating to see and have you have that expectation, that level of expectation from your subordinates that you are in charge of to provide the utmost service to this community and the community in White Mesa. We will look forward to the relationship that we build to provide that services in whatever manner that can be developed between us. The consultation of government to government is going to be something that can create a relationship that, as the gentleman that was here before us, the trust that we have to work on to ensure that what is being said is conveyed and that we work towards that trust instead of the untrust and the other reports of lack of services. That's nor here or there. That's behind us as we look forward with enthusiasm to say we're going to work together, we're going to communicate, we're going to get and be involved in the daily situations to the extent that it's collaborative, to not to get involved in the investigation or in the incident. That's not for us to indulge in, but the administrative communication between my office, your office, the office of tribal council is going to be an open door policy for us to communicate back and forth. So again, I appreciate it, Chief Benally, bringing this meeting together and corresponding, and I will take you up on the graduation at the academy in August. Is it in August?
I'll have to double check.
Okay, because we tried the 8th, right? May 8th, and then it moved to June. Yeah, in June. So the ability to go once again to experience that experience, because I went down with our former executive director to the graduation and met the law enforcement deputy director of law enforcement that came down as well. So again, it's exciting moments, and we will welcome you wholeheartedly to provide the best service you can provide to not only the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe and the White Mesa community, but also to our sister tribe, the Southern Ute Indian Tribe as well, because we're all in this together. And at some point, we need to get in a multi-agency agreement, and let's lead that charge, because we're looking at a multitude of agencies coming together to be cross-deputized if the need is warranted, but we will only take that upon the directives that you may have and the requirements that's going to be recommended to have that process. So we're looking, as I and as you, the expectation, the level of expectation is at an all-time high to get the end result because of the stagnant of previous administrations not going forth. But that's not to say they didn't do anything. They did a lot. But with your enthusiasm and the enthusiasm that I have in that level of expectation is at a high mark for myself as well, because things need to happen and we need to ensure that that happens as well. To my left, I have the acting executive director, Mr. Morgan Janot. To his left, I have our chief financial officer, Mr. Ron Scott. He is our chief financial officer. To my right is our general counsel, Miss Nikki Green. She's our general counsel. To her right is the detailed acting superintendent, Miss Bancroft from the Southern Youth Agency. So you all have probably met to the degree. To the back there, I have our law enforcement, wildlife law enforcement director, Mr. Philip Hooch. These complicated names. Just to his back there, behind him, is our public safety director, Mr. Jerry Whiten. Those are individuals that have a key component to the law enforcement, public safety, and just to say, Ms. Gwen Cansey, Vice Chairperson, is also our tribal law enforcement liaison for the Tribal Council. To my left, I have Councilman Austin Turtle, who is also our tribal liaison officer for the Tribal Council. So these two individuals and the members of council will be interacting with you besides the office of the chairman. So again, Mr. LeBeau, welcome back. It's been a while we've seen each other, and Ms. Key, Chief Benally, and your name again.
Yes, one more time, Louis Portra.
Louis
Portra.
Portra. I'm going to get it somewhere.
And if I may, I want to add a couple comments in because you sparked some of my memory here, just hearing some of the comments. And Chairman, I appreciate your words. The support of the tribe is number one. We can't do it without you. So we'll set the tone off of that, and I really do appreciate that. And like I said, it's a big ask, but we're going to push. Couple things, yes, do invite us out to White Mesa. I've been there before. I remember going out and hanging out with the Head Start program some years back. So it was really nice to get out there, but yes, please do invite us. Unfortunately, I won't be able to make the May 6th event, but it sounds like Travis's schedule is clear. I will be out of town that particular week. And that's one of the joys of having 3 assistants. So Travis is my initial point of contact for Ute Mountain. We still have Peter Lottie. He's out of Albuquerque as well, and he oversees the Pueblos. And then we have Gwen Smith. Gwen Smith is now overseeing the Mescalero Agency. So you can reach out to any of the 3, and they will be able to give you the same information that I will. As we progress, they'll be the main point of contacts and continue to implement all of the plans. So please feel free to schedule. Trying to think of what the other comment was. The cross commissioning. I do welcome that. If we want to take that challenge on, let's do it. Let's see what we can come up with. Let's understand it on both sides. And we'll push towards it. I think we can get something done. SLACs is what we have on our side. It's called the Special Law Enforcement Commission. I believe we do that with your tribal officers, the ones that work on at the PD. So if we need to come up with some sort of an agreement like that with the Southern Youth folks to maybe come over here and support special events or maybe an emergent situation, we can work on things like that. It'll take a few things back and forth with us, resolutions, etc., but we can get there. That's easy.
I think one of the key components for the administration is that how do we include the Bureau of Land Management, the Forest Service in these isolated areas, particularly in Utah, where it is vast area that your officers, I'm not going to say lack the experience, but just can't provide that services because of the priorities that are set within the community of White Mesa, and there's a lot of activity. So again, I'm hoping at some point in time we come to an agreement to utilize those resources that are available we may have to and look at what the Solicitor General, the opinion of the solicitors, to say if that's doable. One of the biggest things that I would like to as well include is the Navajo Nation to be a part of this multi-agency response to what is happening in those particular areas, as well as the U.S. Attorney's Office from the 3 states, as well as the FBI, you know. So I got a whole list of how we should cover, but it's only going to be discussed when we open that page to have, and whether we can or cannot do it. But let's look at other resources, county sheriff's departments, the city police departments, to have that response to what is going on. The biggest project that we're coming and going to be faced with is our solar project in the New Mexico portion of our reservation, which is going to include over 200 employees once we start the project. And you know that there's going to be some kind of concerns and issues and incidents in that area as well. So that's going to be coming online by June, July, when the initial work starts. So we have to get geared up for that area as well. So again, the law enforcement committee can update you as to the projected start date, but we will have a groundbreaking on May 15th. Treasure jacket? Groundbreaking on Foxtail?
Yeah, next month.
Yeah.
Good old Exon.
So again, thank you. Thank you for your
My
time.
last point that I do remember now was the cultural sensitivity. So I'm enrolled with the St. Regis Mohawk tribe from New York. Drastically different, but I grew up in Southern California. What I've been asking so far, since I've been here for 2 weeks, I told you I was visiting with the Pueblo governors recently. I asked them to build us a cultural sensitivity or a cultural awareness presentation that we can start to deliver to our employees. So I'm going to put that ask on you today. I'm going to
Okay.
ask for that from the tribe, and then what we would like to do in response to that is every time we hire somebody new, bring in a new employee to the community, they sit, meet with you, and get a broad overview of your culture, your history, what the community means to you, what the lands bring to you. And I think that's an important piece. So that was the last piece that I wanted to mention.
Well, thank you. Thank you very
And
much.
thank you.
Yeah, the way, here's,
Thank you.
I can email you guys. I'm still trying to get a phone, so I
Right.
will email you guys my contact information so you'll have my direct email.
thank you.
Pleasure to meet
Thank you very much. Let's break for lunch. Come back in another 30 minutes. We're going to